Chapter 454. Wang Wei proceeded to absorb the secret spirit, since he understood it well. He was in tune with his emotions and had a great understanding of the interaction and attraction that drove people, especially himself. Because he understood these aspects of the souls, he could fuse the secret spirit with the primordial spirit. The 3 immortal stage is the cultivation stage, where a cultivator's comprehension is more important than their body. Without understanding the different aspects of the 3 immortal stages, it is impossible to combine them with the primordial spirit and enter a stage of completion. After fusing with this secret spirit, Wang Wei felt that some missing part of him had returned. He felt complete and fulfilled, at least he was in the process. Additionally, he discovered that he lighted up more than 50 billion new spirit particles by completing the primordial spirit. The power of his soul increased drastically. Wang Wei was pleased with this discovery. When he first created the spirit particles, he was prepared to lit all of them for an extended period, even after entering the next realm. However, once he learned about the 3 flower crowns, he decided to light them all up before condensing the spirit flower. As such, he prepared to spend quite some time in the process. But now, according to his calculation, once he fused with the other 2 immortal souls, he should light all of them up or come very close. After his breakthrough into the 3 immortal stage, Wang Wei did not continue. He made a few consecutive breakthroughs, so he needed time to relax and digest. So, he decided to leave his sea of consciousness and focus on something else. Unfortunately, he found himself sitting cross-legged with a small table in front of him and another eerie-looking person with the same face as him on the opposite. "It's you again," he gestured. "Of course, it's me," replied his heart demon. "As long as you're still in this cultivation stage, I can appear anytime." Wang Wei squinted his eyes at this person that looked like a cheap, evil version of himself. He was not in the mood. "I know you wished you could use your domineering spirit and supreme strength to blow your heart demon away. Unfortunately, this is not how heart demon functions in this world. Without knowing yourself, your mind, and processing your emotions, I can never go away." Wang Wei sighed aloud before taking a sip of the tea. It tasted like longtime, his favorite tea. You can find the rest of this content on the L World .com platform. Grandma usually brought me some when she called or visited. No illusion today? Gestured Wang Wei. "I figured there was no point, so let's have our usual chat," replied the heart demon, who also took a sip of tea. "Despite how I may go about things, I have your best intention in mind." Why do these words sound like something an abuser would say to justify their actions? I'm sure you're thinking of something rude right now, but forget it. Let's begin. I will not mention the new crimes like kidnapping that you added to your list. We have already established that you feel little to no remorse. Harsh. Why are you portraying me as a psychopath? The heart devil ignored him. I will also not mention the ordeal with Grandma. You went through the stages of grievances and adequately processed the event. Albeit a bit dramatic, it was understandable considering what was at stake. However, now, let's talk about Yu Yong. Don't you think you are treating him a little unfairly? Isn't about that tie you forgave him? As soon as he uttered these words, countless runes appeared in the surrounding, and the heart devil knew they could seal him to delay his appearance. Don't do anything stupid. If you seal me now when I appear again, I will be 100 times more powerful. He paused before taking another sip of tea. I know this is a touchy subject for you, but it still needs to be addressed. The runes disappeared before words appeared in front of Wang Wei. Why do I need to forgive him? To better heal, of course. Anger is not good for your health or spirit. The source of this chapter, L World. There is nothing wrong with anger. It's as destructive as any emotions once not controlled properly, wrote Wang Wei. And my anger is justified and well controlled. What about your family and grandfather? I'm sure he didn't want to put his family through this. He had no choice. So, the least you can do is remove your anger and forgive. It would be great for your healing process. There is no need for a correlation between anger and forgiveness. I can forgive him but still be mad. Plus, it is my emotions, my state of mind. And if I decide never to do so, I am entitled to that conclusion. As long as I do not let how I feel about him affect my family, everything will be fine. The heart demon suddenly laughed out loud. You are correct. You can grieve and process emotions any way you feel most suitable to you, as long as you heal. Alright, let's move on to another topic then. It waved its hand to manifest the picture of a beautiful woman, making Wang Wei frown deeply after seeing it. Congratulations on your marriage, by the way. It is your luck of 1,000 generations to marry such a beautiful, capable, and perfect wife. Sometimes I envy you because of her. I wish we could trade places. Get to the points, wrote Wang Wei / can't you be more patient? Alright, I can see your face is not looking well, so I'll be direct. It always bothered me, the whole concept of fated lovers. You met for the first time at the academy and instantly fell in love. You did not know anything about her personality, history, likes and dislikes, but you fell in love at first sight. Pretty superficial if I say so myself. What's wrong with superficial? Replied Wang Wei back. I could argue that falling in love at first sight requires a great deal of faith. You believe that this person you met for the first time matches your personality, likes and dislikes, and that you could spend the rest of your life with them no matter the odds. Plus, things between Wu Hong and I worked out for the best in the end. Did it, though? Replied the heart demon. The moment you met, she knew you better than you knew yourself. She knows you're from Earth and your other deep secrets. And yet you cannot say the same. With how many secrets she is hiding from you, I'm surprised you can sleep peacefully in the same bed as her. Wang Wei did not say anything, but the heart demon continued talking, his voice containing a very hypnotizing effect, capable of magnifying the doubts in people's minds. Now, I'm sure you'll use the excuse that it is because of how weak you are that she has to keep these secrets. But I don't buy it, and you shouldn't too. Try the L World. COM platform _ for the most advanced _ reading experience. Wang Wei looked dazed in the distance, his eyes a little unfocused. The heart devil continued, what if she is scheming against you? What if she's planning your doom? Then I'll die, he wrote in the air after a few minutes of silence. Just like that. As I said, our love began with me taking a great leap of faith, and I will continue believing in that leap. And if one day she proved to me that I was wrong, then I'll accept the consequences, even if it meant death. Won't you have any regrets? Dying while knowing that the person you love most in the world betrays you must be painful. Maybe for others, but not for me. I made this choice, fully knowing the possible outcome. And if that day truly ever came, I will die with a smile on my face while remembering the happy memories between the two of us. Ha, what a strange person you are, said the heart devil with a calm smile instead of his usual sneer or cunning one. You practice a Tao that involves control, and yet, when it comes to your love life, you choose to rely on faith. You allow fate to determine who you spend the rest of your life with and let of your control. How contradictory. I never thought of that, wrote Wang Wei. It seems that you truly know me better than me. Of course. Well, the tribulation ends and you pass with flying colors. But we will meet again. I'd rather not. Unfortunately, that's not for you to determine. The heart devil disappeared. Wang Wei sensed his mind and spirit became refreshed and his state of mind sublimated. He felt he had removed a veil from his eyes, allowing him to see the world clearer. Although Heart Devil can help cultivators with their state of mind, it is always unpleasant to talk to this guy. However, he did give me an idea. Updated _ L World. COM he planned to talk to Wu Hong about this conversation to better their relationship. He will tell her about all his doubts and insecurity. That way, they can grow closer as Tao companions. He returned to his cottage and took out the ancient desolate body refining scripture. He planned to temper his star acupoints during this retreat. Although the old beggar told him that he could not rely on strength to pass the trial, he also knew that he would never have a chance of surviving without it. Chapter 455. According to the scripture, Wang Wei can open the acupoints in the body using any method or type of energy. However, when it comes to nurturing them, star power or energy is the only option. And that's because the ancient desolate body refining scripture divided the star acupoint realm into 3 stages: acupoint opening, star nurturing, and star condensation. First, open the acupoints, then nurture them with the power of stars until each acupoint is as large as a small world, then condense the star power into physical stars. However, the scripture clearly stated that only exceptionally talented people could condense stars in their acupoints, and based on talents and efforts, each person has a limit on their bearing capacities. However, Wang Wei did not care about that. All he cared about was that once he thoroughly cultivated this scripture to its peak, he would have the power of over 1,000 physical stars inside his body. He then took a few seconds to calm down before dropping a drop of blood on the book's cover. Numerous minor runes appeared on the surface. Then, a mighty spiritual power began to scan Wang Wei's fleshly body. A few minutes later, the scan stopped, the runes disappeared, and brand new pages appeared inside the book. Then Wang Wei finally understood why the ancient desolate body refining scripture had such high fame in the world, why it was a truly unique and powerful body refining technique, and why there is such a high threshold to cultivate it. The ancient desolate emperor once traveled the endless void after proving the Tao. He learned that living beings in different worlds have different numbers of acupoints in their bodies because of the laws of heaven and earth. In some worlds, the people only have 36 acupoints, in others 360 or 720, while the people in the myriad emperor world have 1962. In one of the worlds he traveled to, he found a strange species that had over 1 million acupoints. 962 million, to be exact. So, he studied their bodies before inventing a way to create acupoints in the body artificially. The actual peak of this scripture grants its user the power of over 1 million stars inside their bodies. No wonder Tion's body is so powerful, and he had such high praise for the ancient desolate body refining scripture, thought Wang Wei before he momentarily paused. Wait, from what I know about him, he seems to have the ability to condense his cultivation from one life to another, hence the reason for his scary foundation and strength. Does that apply to his fleshly body cultivation as well? According to my calculations, this method should only be possible for a maximum of 9 times. So does that mean his fleshly body has the power of over 9 million stars? Full_out current_novel on L-World. See, Wang Wei could imagine how powerful 1 million stars were, not to mention 9 times that power. That was truly scary. No, I'm spooking myself too much. The ancient desolate emperor created that scripture during the incense era, and by that time, Tion should have already survived a few reincarnations. Plus, I do not know exactly when his sleepers got their hands on it. Despite this conclusion, he knew that Tion's fleshly body should have the power of over 1 million stars. According to the scripture, 962 million is the absolute limit. However, Wang Wei guessed that Tion's stars were enormous, thus granting far more power than the specific number. This might be my chance to surpass him in the fleshly body department. If all my 9 incarnations cultivate 1 million stars, then when we fuse. However, Wang Wei quickly shook his head as he knew this might not be enough. Maybe Tion discovered a way to fill the gap for the previous reincarnations that he did not cultivate in this scripture. Additionally, Wang Wei theorized that he also cultivated many other body refining techniques. From what he knew regarding the beginning emperor era, body refiners were the mainstream since the primary cultivation system heavily emphasized tempering the body. In that era with mighty innate demons and primordial gods, if a cultivator did not have a powerful fleshly body, they could never compete with these innate creatures. Wang Wei could see how a brilliant body refining civilization prospered in that era, with countless different methods, approaches, and paths. Growing up in such an environment, he could not fathom what techniques Tion saw, experienced, comprehended, or cultivated. Could the star essence give me an edge? He once traded with Zhenbiu of the 5 Elements Palace pieces of his organs for star essence, one of the highest forms of star power, second only to primordial star powers. Maybe even primordial star power would not be enough. Visit L-World. COM for a better user experience. He recently asked his family if the sect had primordial star power as one of the secret resources of the sect. Unfortunately, he received a negative answer. Well, to be exact, they used to have some, but some Heaven Chosens passed the trials and acquired it. What's worse was that this Heaven Chosen still lost in the Heaven will battle despite condensing many primordial stars. Wang Wei removed these distracting thoughts from his mind as he focused on how to make his fleshly body more powerful. What if instead of condensing stars, I condense black holes inside my acupoints? His eyes lighted up as he realized this plan might be feasible. A black hole would swallow most cultivators from the inside if they attempted something so crazy. However, it should be possible with his understanding of devouring Dao and the hint of nothingness that his fleshly body contained. The more he thought about it, the more feasible this plan seemed. If done correctly, Wang Wei would have the power of over 9 million supermassive black holes inside his acupoints. Alright, I need to calm down. Things have to be done one step at a time. Plus, I must first survive this damn trial before I can talk about the future. So, let's cultivate first. A flash of determination flashed across his eyes. No matter what, he has to win the Heaven will battle in this generation. In the past, he allowed the possibility of failure since he could just seal himself and wake up in the future to compete again. However, he could not take any chances now. Maybe he has no problem sealing himself for countless generations, but his family and friends may not be able to or willing to wait that long. He refused to lose anyone again, especially if it was his fault. So, he began to cultivate. Wang Wei first opened the 1962 primary acupoints. With the acupoint opening pills he brought and the star-gathering formation in his cottage, the process was smooth, albeit a little longer time-wise. Each primary acupoints could create 1,000 sub-acupoints. However, this was the last step in cultivating this realm. The most up-to-date NOV_Ls are published _here L-World. Wang Wei then used the star essence to nurture the acupoints as this was a crucial stage. If the acupoints are not nurtured properly, they will collapse once the cultivator condenses the star. During his retreat, Wang Wei once felt the power of divine punishment lightning in the distance, so he knew that his father had succeeded. So, after sending a talisman to congratulate him, after nurturing 134 acupoints to a perfect state, Wang Wei stopped as he realized this was too time-consuming. The trial still loomed over his head, and with each passing day, death drew closer to him. So, he started to comprehend the future Buddha scroll. In Lightning Emperor Academy, Lin Fan's manor, the concubines and wives gathered together to eat, chat, and play music. Su Shi looked at a black mark in her hand, a little distracted. Elder sister Su Shi, I always wanted to know what this mark on your hand was, asked one of the women. That's right. I often see you looking at it in a daze, especially recently. Su Shi did not expect this sudden question, so she was caught off guard. However, she smiled before answering, when I was young, I met a strange old beggar that told me that this was a fortune mark. It represented that one day, I would have an opportunity to soar to the 9 heavens like a phoenix. The beggar was probably lying. Maybe not. Elder Sis Su Shi did marry our husband. Maybe that was her great fortune. That's right. It is indeed a great fortune to be the wife of an eternal emperor. Full_out current_novel on L-World. Sim Su Shi nodded in agreement. However, she did not believe any of these words. According to the old beggar, the mark would disappear once that great fortune arrived, but it was still there. Additionally, she recently felt a slight throbbing from it. She did not know whether it was her illusion or it was true. She hoped that it was a sign that this great fortune was quickly approaching. While all the women were chatting happily, Lin Fan walked in with a deep frown. Chapter 456. What's wrong, husband? Asked one of the concubines. I recently had a feeling that something bad will happen, replied Lin Fan. Really? With your strength, who could pose a threat to you? That's right. Maybe you are overthinking things. Many of the concubines agreed with this statement. Their husband is currently the most powerful heaven chosen in the world. Additionally, he recently brought 3 Dao Source Seed which further elevated his status in the academy. More importantly, his actions increased the status of these concubines from the lower realms since now, one of the elders will soon become a Dao ancestor. So, even if something happened in the Enlightening Emperor Academy, they can still have some status in this world. Not necessarily. Powerful cultivators usually have an intuition for danger, so husband, you should take this seriously, replied Mu Chunhua, the former saintess of the Heavy Water sect and Lin Fan's first wife. Sister Chunhua is correct, added Su Shi. Have you tried to find out the reason? I did. I tried divination and yin-yang calculation, but nothing worked, replied Lin Fan. This was his primary source of frustration. Did you tell the sect's elders? Asked Mu Chunhua. I don't think this is a problem that merits their attention, at least not yet. Mu Chunhuan frowned after hearing this. She wanted to convince him, however, thinking how stubborn her husband can be, she did not know how to do so. I understand that you want to deal with this situation alone, but it would be best to notify them, especially if your safety is involved, said Su Shi while caressing his hair. Additionally, you can go to the Heaven Mystery Pavilion. Aren't they an expert in this kind of thing? A flash of brilliance appeared in Lin Fan's eyes. This is indeed a good idea. However, the pavilion has closed its mountain for a few thousand years now. They would be more than willing to make an exception with your identity. Excellent idea as usual, Shire. I can always rely on you. Su Shi smiled but did not take the compliment to mind. She understood that her husband changed considerably after surviving the trial. And he probably already had the same idea but wanted to allow her to shine. New novel _chap_ are published here, L-World. Seat Omis for the reasons? 1. To establish her dominance in this harem, and 2. To increase her confidence. Thinking of this, Su Shi could not help but remember a few thousand years ago during that meeting when that man coldly told her that she was nothing but a vase. A flash of hatred and determination appeared on her face. She then looked at Lin Fan with adoration and love. I will support my husband to be one of the greatest eternal emperors the world has ever seen. By then we will see who the vase is. Lin Fan quickly left. He planned to visit the Heaven Mystery Pavilion. He did not intend to tell the Academy about his intuition. The slaughter trial made him accustomed to doing things alone. After contacting his Dao protector Qiu Jin, who notified the headmaster, the two quickly rushed to the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion. With a very well-hidden sorrow, panic, and resentment, the pavilion master opened the formation to let Lin Fan in before leading him to see Old Chu. The old diviner was slightly surprised by Lin Fan's words. However, he did not correlate with Wang Wei since his memories no longer had his memories. Nevertheless, he still wondered why the top 3 Heaven Chosens came to see him personally in just 1,000 years. Yug Master Lin Fan, you have to understand that divination is not absolute, and I cannot easily deduce or reveal the secrets of heaven. So, I might not find the cause of your problems. I understand this. As long as you do your best, you'll accept the final result, replied Lin Fan. Those are the words that Old Chu wanted to hear. This time, he did not even use the Emperor artifact that he received from Di Tian. So, he nodded his head before beginning. Only a few people knew of its existence, and Old Chu did not want the world to discover this news. Although their sect was an immortal lineage, he knew that many of such lineages or even Dao lineages wouldn't hesitate to start a war for it. The last time he had no choice since Sacred Son Wang Wei came with terrifying killing intent and the knowledge that Di Tian came here. However, the same cannot apply to Lin Fan. He was more amiable and lacked some critical pieces of information. Nevertheless, Old Chu still did use the new Emperor's scriptures. 8 Trigram Myriad World Sect Guide. Of course, he did not know that even if he used it, he would not discover anything. And it was not because Heavenly Dao blocked most secrets regarding the outlaw trial. It was because Wang Wei secretly left something on his body to prevent other outlaws from divining any information. He prepared in advance since he knew Lin Fan was a supreme outlaw like him. The symbol of 8 trigram appeared behind him as his eyes turned completely black. New novel _chap_ are published here, L-World. Siege a few minutes later, Old Chu returned to normal while shaking his head. I could not deduce the secrets of heaven. I cannot find the source of young Master Lin Fan's anxiety. Lin Fan frowned while Qiu Jin sneered. Old Chu, are you trying to fool us? Why didn't you even use the 8-trigram turtle shell? It's not that I don't want to, but I can't. What do you mean? Old Chu hesitated to answer. He did not want to appear as if he was instigating these two titans. Say it. A few thousand years ago, the Dao opening sect came to borrow the shell, but it is still in their possession, Old Chu said while wisely choosing his words. Qiu Jin frowned as he remembered important news in that period. The Dao opening sect did visit the Heaven Mystery Pavilion, which was a big deal amongst the upper echelons of most emperor lineages. And that was because the sect slightly broke the Immortal Avenue Pact as an immortal venerable appeared so early in the world and visited the pavilion. After figuring things out, Qiu Jin looked at Lin Fan and asked through divine sense, "What are you going to do now?" Lin Fan was deep in thought. He comprehended the laws of yin-yang and the laws of fate. However, he mostly used the former for battle and is only proficient in basic calculations. As for fate, the same applied. He can only do basic divinations, but he is an expert in anti-divination. He had to prevent his opponent from gathering information on him. Additionally, he planned to use his laws of fate to reduce the strength of Wang Wei when they fought. At first, he planned to cultivate to a level when he could suppress the latter in his field of expertise. That way, he could both defeat his opponent and humiliate him. Unfortunately, Lin Fan quickly realized that the Dao of Fate did not have much battle strength in the early stages and required a lot of creativity to use in battle. And in that trial, he did not have time to develop this Dao when he could die at any moment. He had to focus on the laws that granted him more battle strength or survivability. Since my intuition is warning me of some danger, I just need a way that can evade the ultimate danger, death. Lin Fan replied to Qiu Jin, I need a death substitute talisman. With your state of mind tempered in the trial, there is no way for you to become over-reliant on the talisman or overconfident because you have a pass at death. Full_nu_scarpus_ on the L-World. COM platform. However, I still need to get the headmaster's approval. After their secret communication, the two left the Heaven Mystery Pavilion, and Old Chu escorted them out along with the pavilion master. Master, when will he ever stop being so humiliated by these emperors' lineages? In the myriad emperor world, their pavilion is famous for its divination and information-gathering ability. Using this fame, they can even release lists ranking many things, including the heaven chosens of each generation. As a result, the pavilion is respected worldwide by many cultivators. Many people envy them and their status. However, only they know that despite how things looked from the outside, they still have to bow their heads to these powerful emperor lineages. Otherwise, they will suffer disaster. Isn't the answer obvious? Replied Old Chu with a deep sigh. Only when we have an emperor of our own will things change for the better. After hearing this answer, the pavilion master had a desolate look on his face. He did not have any hope for that happening soon. However, Old Chu was more optimistic. And that was because of the number 4 Fate Puppeteer physique. He knew that since Heavenly Dao recognized this physique, some other people in the future would be born with it. If their sects could get their hands on them, they could use their understanding of fate and the current owner of the physique as a model to possibly cultivate a great emperor. The only problem is that the Dao opening sect and many other sects will also try this method, and a little luck is required for success. In the Emperor Enlightenment Academy, Qiu Jin brought Lin Fan the talisman a week after returning. The headmaster was more than willing to sacrifice some of the Academy's chi luck to refine one for him. They finally have the opportunity to cultivate their 9th emperor, so they must protect their investment at all costs. After receiving the talisman, Lin Fan felt at ease. As long as he could save his life, everything would be fine. Husband, how about we go on a vacation to celebrate, with only the two of us? Asked Su Shi. What suddenly brought this on? Well, you've been gone for so many years. And after you returned, you only focused on cultivating. I just thought that we could spend some alone time together. Lin Fan looked at his favorite wife and smiled. he realized she was correct. He has been busy for some time now and spent a little time with her. The last time they were genuinely alone was a couple of 100 years ago during that weird beach party. You're right. Do you have anywhere specific you want to go? The most up-to-date NOV_Ls are published_here L-World. My father built a mansion for me with an artificial beach as a landscape. We can enjoy ourselves there and show you all the new bikinis I designed. Lin Fan's eyes lighted up imagining such a picture, so he became more excited. All right, let's not waste time and go immediately. Chapter 457. Inside his cottage, Wang Wei sat cross-legged, eyes closed, deep in meditation. A transparent golden Buddha with his face rapidly condensed behind him. And when the Buddha finally condensed, Wang Wei opened his eyes and exhaled. Interesting. A cultivation technique that cultivates the past, present, and future self. I feel that all three scrolls might be significant to me in the future. However, now was not the time to think about the other two scrolls. Without hesitation, Wang Wei activated the future Buddha self, in conjunction with his nexus of fate. Then he saw the moment of his death. To be precise, he saw some information. He was in a strange place that he could not understand as everything seemed purposefully blurred. He was in the midst of a battle with an individual with a saber. However, he also could not see the face of that individual, nor his build or height, as he was completely black. What Wang Wei did notice was that person cut him into millions of pieces, including his soul, and he died. Wang Wei opened his eyes with a deep frown. All I could learn in this future vision is that someone killed me, that person used a saber as the main weapon, and I seemed to be in the void-shattering realm during that battle. Wang Wei pondered deeply. He did not know anyone who used a saber as their primary weapon. So, unless someone close to him secretly cultivated the saber Dao or changed their weapons, he should not know his killer. However, this goes against what he currently knew about the trial. Unless it is someone I have affected in some ways during my cultivation journey. Someone that I have negative karma with. Wang Wei shook his head with a wry smile. If that were the case, it would be virtually impossible to determine the identity of his killer. He has met so many people and negatively affected a lot of them. Just his recent slaughter in the Western continent could create countless Avengers trying to kill him. For more novel, visit L-World. After shaking his head, he revisited his nexus of fate, trying to analyze or discover the tiniest of information. Wait, something is off, thought Wang Wei as he double-checked the vision over and over. The time of my death has been reduced by 5 years. He was now somewhat knowledgeable about the Tao of time, so he discovered that the time for his battle with the saber killer had decreased by 5 years, meaning that he died 3 years earlier compared to a few seconds ago. He ended the vision before revisiting it, and as expected, the time of his demise was 1 year earlier than before. As such, with each passing second he rapidly got closer to death. Wang Wei immediately searched for the reason for this anomaly. He used the power of fate, karma, time, and other secret techniques he knew before founding the cause. Damn you, Dean, he thought to himself, almost cursing out loud and breaking his oath. He found the cause, and it was the karmic sins that Di Tian placed on him. The outlaw trial is essentially a karmic trial where heavenly Tao used your actions or connection to schemes against you. And Di Tian used karmic sins to move the time of Wang Wei's trial forward, giving him less time to prepare or even realize what happened. After taking a deep breath to calm down, he removed the technique affecting his trial. If it were the previous him, he would have struggled immensely before succeeding. Now, with his understanding of karma and time, removing it only took him a few hours. Although he was drained afterward and needed some rest. Meanwhile, Di Tian immediately felt it on the Western continent when Wang Wei succeeded. He opened his eyes, looked in the direction of the Tao opening sect, and muttered, "It took him so long?" His original plan was to ruin Wang Wei's luck, thus causing a void disaster when he tried returning home through the transmission array. Then, things could go in many different ways. His luck would be so terrible that he landed in some dangerous place or world community, which resulted in his death. In that way, he could kill his enemy and achieve his main objective. full_out current_novel on L-World. Swore he would survive and separate from Wu Hong. Then, the spell would continuously change the cause and effect of Wang Wei's trial and bring it forward and shift the arrival of his death to a sooner date. According to D. Tian's calculation, Wu Hong should have noticed this long ago and removed the technique. What he did not know was that luck was on his side. Heavenly Dao interfered, adding to Wu Hong's lack of memories. She overlooked the situation. D. Tian pondered for a moment the reason for this delay, but he could not think of any substantial theories. It does not matter in the end as things worked out for the better. I moved his trial from the Supreme Realm to the Void-Shattering Realm. He knew that when it comes to unique individuals like Wang Wei, Heavenly Dao likes to take its time planning the trial, to gather as much information as possible to ensure maximum success rate. This was the case for him. However, D. Tian also knew another essential fact. Fate and Chaos Supreme Outlaws have an advantage over the other three. They can predict their deaths in advance, discover information regarding the trial, and prepare in advance. Although this was unfair, it was the way things were. Typically, Heavenly Dao will consider this fact, but D. Tian did not want to take the chance. So, he planned to move the trial forward while also gathering a lot of information about Wang Wei from their fights and handing it to Heavenly Dao. Since he discovered my spell, he also discovered about the trial. In the end, my worries were not for nothing. He then closed his eyes to continue cultivating as he had already done his part. The rest was up to Heavenly Dao. His clone sent a message that he may have found a method to break the limit of 9 reincarnations, so he waited with bated breath for more news. After taking many pills to recover, Wang Wei began to watch his future again. He was somewhat angry when he thought about how much time was lost, time he could use to gather more information to ensure his survival. Ultimately, he sighed as he knew there was no point in anger. This is how the battle of the throne was. All heaven-chosens schemed and killed each other. If he had the chance, he would not hesitate to do the same to D. Tian. So, he focused on the present situation and watched his nexus of fate again. He did not focus on gathering information this time but on changing the outcome. Wang Wei used the power of the future Buddha self to simulate different futures or outcomes to discover a way to change his fate. The Golden Buddha floated above him as a projection of the river of time surrounded it. The source of this _chapter, L-World. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Wei opened his eyes, and slight fatigue flashed on them before instantly disappearing. He is used to constantly experiencing death. More than 200 futures, all of which result in the same outcome. One simulation takes too much time, and things are too blurry. I need a way to do thousands, if not millions, of simulations instantly. Wang Wei then placed the future Buddha self back in his sea of consciousness before activating his physique's vision. It looked slightly different, with a majestic version of himself sitting on a throne. Previously, he had strings attached to his hands connected to myriad worlds and races. Now, the river of fate laid beneath him, tied to countless worlds and races. Should I find a way to combine the future Buddha self with the power of fate? No, that would take some time to fuse these two, so I need a method to have numerous future Buddha self and do countless simulations. I can use my spirit particles, but something else is needed. Wang Wei pondered deeply as many ideas flashed inside his mind. He only stopped after creating a basic plan. It seems that it is time to end the retreat. He did not immediately leave but waved his hand to take out a coiled gray string from the river of fate. His proving Dao artifact. With the fate stone that Wu Hong gave him and the nourishment of the river of fate, Wang Wei finally repaired the artifact. It is indeed more powerful than before. To be precise, more suited for me. Any fate-related material is rare, so Wang Wei had to use people's fate line and some fate dust to refine his proving Dao artifacts. However, with the fate stone, one of the best materials to refine fate-related magic weapons, he further tempered the artifact and increased its grade to the supreme realm. As he looked at the artifact, Wang Wei could not help but think of Wu Hong. Although he knew she should be fine, he could not help but worry about her. Ultimately, he just shook his head before leaving the secret realm. As soon as he returned to the myriad emperor world, he calculated how long had passed. I spent a total of 2,100 years in the formation, and 520 years passed outside. So, a 4-time increase. This underscore content is taken from L World. After nodding his head, he went to see his family. Chapter 458. While Wang Wei was flying to his destination, he suddenly stopped as he felt something. He then used the karma thread he placed on his competitors, and an image appeared in his mind. He saw a young woman chained by her 2 hands. She looked ragged, her hair disheveled, she had no shoes on, and numerous bugs seemed to be munching on her skin. The skin would instantly regenerate, and these purple beetles would continue munching on it like it was the most delicious thing they had ever tasted. Huang? Why is she in this state? A lot of thoughts flashed across Wang Wei's mind. He remembered that after the beach party, the thread he placed on her companion shook a little as it appeared to break at any time. Could it be related to that? Wang Wei thought that Ibu had entered a special place that could disturb karma. However, maybe this was not the case. She's not important for now. Let's focus on the task at hand. He then flew to see his mother and had dinner. He could see that she was not in the best shape, most likely worried about his safety over the past few hundred years. So, Wang Wei reassured her by lying and telling her he found a way to survive involving the future Buddha self. This news pleased Yu Yan and relieved a lot of her worries. She knew of her son's intelligence, so she did not doubt him. Or, maybe she wanted to believe this lie. That night, she slept well for the first time in a few hundred years, and Wang Tian thanked his son as he found powerless when it came to that situation. So, did you truly find a method? He asked after tucking his wife in bed. Not exactly, gestured Wang Wei. But I am heading in the right direction. Right now, I have much more information and some ideas on how to survive. Wang Tian sighed deeply before taking a large sip of alcohol from his gourd. I wished I could help you. I feel like a failure as a father. There is no need to blame yourself. Plus, you have done all you can. You don't understand. The first time I laid eyes on you, I promised to do everything I could to protect you in this cruel world. And I believe I did my job for most of your life. However, in the past few years, too many things have made me feel helpless. As a father, nothing is more painful than watching your child suffer, and you can do nothing about it. Wang Wei sighed before patting his father on the shoulder. Then he drank all night with him. They talk all night about all kinds of things, focusing on some embarrassing stories of Wang Wei when he was a child. Then he drank all night with him. And Wang Wei responded by talking about his father's embarrassing childhood that he learned from his grandfather. The next day, he called Wang Ju to visit him. Where is Li Jun? He asked after seeing her. Is he still in the trials? No, more than 200 years ago, young Master Li Jun passed the trials and inherited the Battle Manic Emperor's battle will. However, not long after returning, he quickly declared that he would enter another retreat. For more novel, visit L World. See, oh, that's odd, thought Wang Wei. However, he did not focus on this. He figured that Li Jun might have a sudden epiphany. He did not suspect that he would be used for this trial. Something horrible would have to happen to corrupt Li Jun and turn against him. Plus, he knew that the real culprit used a saber as his primary weapon. Although Li Jun can use a saber, his primary weapons are usually spears and halberds. Nevertheless, Wang Wei kept a sliver of suspicion since Li Jun could have changed during his trial. What about Yan Liling? She is also in retreat. Didn't she succeed in becoming a Tier 6 quasi-emperor alchemist? Yes, she succeeded not long after you entered seclusion, young master. She wanted me to give you this once you exited. Wang Wei looked at the black cauldron in his hand, analyzing the arrays inside with a slight surprise. She succeeded so quickly? He took a few profound tier spiritual herbs and placed them inside. A few minutes later, an inferior quality body tempering pill floated inside the cauldron without Wang Wei doing anything. So, this thing only works for material alchemy. She has not found a way to engrave divine runes on the pills automatically. This should be a prototype, correct? That's right. According to young lady Yen Liling, this prototype can create up to middle-level Earth-tier pill only through material alchemy. However, she is working on improving. Wang Wei nodded his head with a smile. He looked forward to her achievement as the automated cauldron would be very useful for his plans. What about Tai Gang? He is training his soldiers. However, I noticed he might feel uneasy that you did not contact him in the past few years. Appease him since he is still useful, ordered Wang Wei. How is Project Deep Infiltration going? Things are going well, especially with the innate weapon you provided us. However, as you instructed, we are taking things slowly. Yes, be patient. As long as you guys succeed before the heaven will battle, everything will be fine. Is there any specific news that I need to pay attention to? Two of them. One is that Lin Fan seem to be taking a vacation in the East Sea domain. Second, you need to see this for yourself. Wang Ju handed him a talisman with a picture. The sect master's shadows acquired this picture inside the sword-casting villa. Visit L-World. Sim for a better user experience. Wang Wei looked at the projection in front of him with intense eyes. It was the picture of a young man sitting in a wooden wheelchair. His long hair hung loose on his back without being tied in a bun. He had a long untrimmed beard. A terrible sense of despair and suffering displayed in his eyes as he looked into the distance in a daze. This person was Jian Wushuang. Compared to his suave and handsome face, he looked completely different. Is this the fate of outlaws? Back in the academy, Wang Wei read Su Ya's fate line and knew how she planned to deal with Jian Wushuang. The plan was straightforward yet meticulous at the same time. During one of her battle, she would detonate countless of her clones to injure him severely. Then, a beautiful young mortal girl would save Jian Wushuang. And while healing him, they would fall in love. The only problem is that Su Ya has been cultivating this woman for thousands of years. She placed a secret controlling technique into her ancestors in the supernatural realm and had it passed down through bloodline. That way, after so many years, no one could connect her with some random mortal in a small village. And her plan succeeded, at least partially. The mortal woman named Daji fell in love with Jian Wushuang, and he reciprocated her feelings. However, without her knowing, she secretly poisoned him. Su Ya's poison was undetectable and took time to activate. And at the right moment, she started her technique and forced her to kill him directly. In the end, even if the poison did kill Jian Wushuang and only weakened him, he had two options. One is to be killed by the love of his life, or two, kill her with his own hand, thus affecting his mind. By the look of it, he may have killed her and shattered his Dao heart in the process, thought Wang Wei with a deep look. He understood that Su Ya did this to please her cold and ruthless master. One of the Yin Moon Palace's top disciples married into the sword-casting villa in the last generation and broke the sect's rules. And the Yin Moon Saintess did not appreciate such an act of betrayal, especially since that disciple was her sister. So, in that generation, Su Ya created this plan to get her master's love and appreciation. She hoped that she would receive real maternal love from her for the first time in her life. All those emotional dramas aside, Wang Wei began to look at things differently. From the old beggar's information, he knew that Jian Wushuang became an outlaw in the divine body realm, while Su Ya began her scheme just after entering the supernatural realm. So, how did Heavenly Dao plot against him? Did it use time laws to know who would be an outlaw in advance? Or did it just use Su Ya's existing scheme and ensure no problem occurred? If it is the former, then things would be more complicated. Wang Wei took one last look at Jian Wushuang. In his current situation, he was essentially eliminated from the battle. Unless he fixed his Dao heart, he is now considered a waste. New_chap_ are pub_list on L-World. See him. After shaking his head, Wang Wei flew away to the eastern continent. He headed to the place where Jian Wushuang underwent his trial. As an outlaw, he should have died, but someone survived. He wanted to know how he did it. After a few hours of flying, Wang Wei arrived at his destination, a giant crater thousands of kilometers wide. Without wasting time, he used a new technique that he had developed. He read the fate of the environment. Immediately afterward, the crater disappeared, replaced by a small village. Wang Wei saw that the young girl named Daiji treated many patients with her medical knowledge and cultivation. Meanwhile, Jian Wushuang always accompanied her with a bright smile. And she accompanied him when he practiced the sword early in the morning. Then things went awry. One day, while the couple took a walk in the nearest forest, Jian Wushuang suddenly turned pale before falling to the ground. Then, with cold and indifferent eyes, Daiji stabbed him in the heart. Myriad of emotions flashed across his eyes, blood drenching his clothes as he asked her why. But he only received an indifferent look. Before Daiji destroyed his soul, a powerful sword will emanated from Jian Wushuang's body, pushing her away. He stood up with great difficulty to walk next to corpses, tears falling down his eyes. He held her body and roared to heaven. Mighty sword chi came out of his body and instantly wiped out all the villagers within the 1,000 kilometers diameter. Finally, Jian Wushuang passed out, and not long afterward, someone from the sword-casting village appeared from a space crack and picked them both up. Wang Wei watched everything occur, focusing on Jian Wushuang's sword will that saved his life. He remembered what his father told him after the beach party. So, he survived because at the last minute, he changed his Dao. Instead of using the Dao of infinity, he used the sword to control infinity. But shouldn't that be the same thing? Why can using the sword to control a Dao be better than controlling the actual Dao? Wang Wei pondered this question dearly as he had some questions. Why is it that people who cultivate sword Dao to control other Daos are alright? For an example, if someone used a sword of creation that could create myriad things, isn't that the same thing as DT on using it? Why would one be an outlaw and the other gets a pass? Forget this for now, he thought. Why was it so easy to acquire the information about Jian Wushuang's trial? So far, Heavenly Dao blocked most information regarding the trial but not this one. His technique worked perfectly fine, and nothing prevented it. Wang Wei raised his head to the sky before sneering. So, you're telling me that I abandon my Dao, I can save my life? He would rather die than change his Dao. Fate involved his path of becoming free and unfettered, and if he gave it up to survive and change it later, he knew that his Dao heart would forever have a deep flaw that would affect his later cultivation path. Visit L-World.com for a better user experience, and with such a flaw, he would never achieve true freedom. So, this was not an option for him. Wang Wei calculated cause and effect to see if he could find a similar method that Jian Wushuang used. He wanted to gather as much information as possible. And he did find something in one of the karmic threads he secretly placed. So, he decided to visit that person before meeting the old beggar again. Chapter 459. Wang Wei flew to the southeastern part of the eastern continent to a place known as the Dao Exchange Domain. The entire domain was a massive city. He knew of this city as it was commonly referred to as the City of Wealth by most cultivators because only money mattered in that place. After arriving, he did not immediately go to his destination. Instead, he took a tour and enjoyed himself. There are many different in this city: the residence area where poor cultivators lived, the elite area where the rich could live. There was the commercial district, which is the largest area in this city. Numerous loose cultivators gathered to exchange and sell resources. Additionally, many sects and forces, mostly Chamber of Commerces, have a store in that district to sell items. The Chamber of Commerce Association once tried to control the entire market in the commercial district. However, the creator and true leader of Golden Dawn City, the Loose Cultivator Alliance, struck them down and almost prevented them from ever entering the city. Wang Wei could not help but think of his information on the alliance. According to his analysis, they have the potential to be the most potent force in the world. The treasure-hoarding emperor created the Loose Cultivator Alliance back near the middle of the ancient emperor era. Her purpose was to create a safe place for all loose cultivators to safely exchange their resources and fight against the monopoly of these sects and families. The alliance has survived until now, even without the blessing of Qi luck, like the Dao Opening Sect or the Pil Dao Origin Sect. In terms of the number of great emperors, they should have the most. The myriad emperor world underwent numerous calamities which destroyed countless sects, families, and factions, eradicating many emperors in the process or their legacies. However, the same cannot apply to loose cultivators' emperors. Most of them have no family or sect they care about. They have no restraint. 90% of them displayed similar behavioral patterns during their rise. They refused to enter any sects not to be constrained by the rules and regulations. They would prefer to go into dangerous areas to find rare resources instead of acquiring them by becoming a disciple and exchanging them. Consequently, their way of thinking also influenced their behaviors. During the incense era and the devil era, many loose cultivator emperors did not help the world fight. Instead, they would just leave after proving the Tao. Subsequently, most of them did not leave their inheritance to the loose cultivator alliance despite using its service or benefiting from them. In this era, the alliance officially had 4 great emperors who left a scripture, weapon, and formation for them. And their problem of being too selfish or independent has not changed over time. Throughout history, a few alliance leaders have tried to turn the alliance more similar to a faction than a loose alliance of people, but they have all failed. Although most loose cultivators are people with no talent but are determined to continue walking the path of cultivation, the rest are lawless individuals. And over time, the untalented side will also develop the same mentality as the lawless ones. Of course, another primary reason for their failures is because all the emperor lineages secretly plot against them to hinder their development. They knew that if the alliance succeeded, they would become a truly terrifying force simply because of how many loose cultivators were, especially compared to regular disciples of any factions. Try the L world. COM platform _ for the most advanced reading experience. While thinking about all this, Wang Wei headed to the nearest transmission array. Should I go to the red light district or the gambling area? I'm a married man, so let's go to the gambling area. So, he played all the gambling games for the next few hours. He took this opportunity to decompress and forget all his worries. At first, his luck was terrible, so he lost a lot of money. But then he began secretly manipulating probability to his advantage, so he won back his money. Wang Wei stood in front of a table with 5 dice in his hand. Many people surrounded him to look at his throw. However, he turned around to see a man with a sophisticated temperament coming straight at him with 2 bodyguards. "Sacred son, it is our greatest pleasure to entertain a guest of your caliber," said the suave young man before cupping his hand and bowed. "However, it would have been best to notify us of your arrival to ensure that we personally entertain you." All the cultivators in the surroundings were a little terrified when they identified the status of the sophisticated young man. However, Wang Wei did not care. Since these people arrived, he knew it was time to get back to business. Without saying anything, he handed a letter to the young man, whose eyes squinted after seeing the words, "Battle Invitation," in the front. So, he bowed once again before leaving. However, his 2 goons stood next to Wang Wei and even followed him as he left. Central Area, the headquarters of the Loose Cultivation Alliance. Huang Yuan looked at the letter that his closest advisor handed to him. "Young master, what are you going to do? Do you accept or reject?" "Do I have a choice?" he replied calmly. Huang Yuan knew that his current situation in the alliance was not looking too good. He previously defeated all his competitors and passed numerous trials to become the young alliance leader. However, a few of the vice leaders recently complained that he had not shown other results. They wanted him to fight and defeat the other Heaven Chosens. Huang Yuan's original plan was to defeat all the top 30 Heaven Chosens from the Academy's trial, working his way up from the bottom. However, since the person who killed the first on the list appeared to challenge him, it was a good idea to use him as a stepping stone to strengthen his status. Visit L World. COM for a better reading experience. So, without hesitation, he headed to Coliseum area, where loose cultivators can fight and deal with their grievances. According to the city's laws, fighting is now allowed anywhere else besides that area. After arriving at the arena where the battle would take place, Huang Yuan saw a young man with gray hair and eyes waiting for him. In the private booth, he could feel the breath of many upper echelons of the alliance. However, there were no spectators for this battle. Huang Yuan flew to the stage and landed more than 50 meters from his opponent with a serious look on his face. Just based on aura alone, Huang Yuan knew this was the most powerful enemy he had encountered in his long life. Meanwhile, Wang Wei had a slight frown on his face. When he laid eyes on his opponent, he felt that the karma thread he placed on the ladder a few hundred years ago was almost gone. He activated his true eyes to see things more precisely, and he realized that Huang Yuan's body had a passive aura that was slowly removing the thread. This aura also served as a weaker version of his karma-unbound body. Moreover, his kidneys constantly throbbed after sensing that aura. Is this related to karmic washing water? He decided to use this battle to read Huang Yuan's fate line to learn the truth. Plus, his calculations pointed towards him, so he wanted to know why. Someone activated the formations to protect the arena, then the battle began. Wang Wei watched as purple lightning flashed across Huang Yuan's body before he punched frowny face Firmament Dragon Light Knight. A massive purple lightning dragon rushed toward Wang Wei to annihilate him, but he just opened his mouth and swallowed it. This lightning is a little weird. However, this Huang Yuan's strength is not bad, already reaching Quasi-Emperor realm despite still being in the primordial spirit realm. Then, Wang Wei saw his opponent frown slightly before a red thunder armor appeared around his body and rushed towards him. Boom! With one punch, Wang Wei sent him flying away. Full_out current_novel on L-World. See him, his arms did not break, so his fleshly body should be quite strong. However, what is my calculation referring to? Could it be that innate weapon that I deduce he had? Wang Wei squinted his eyes as he decided to be more serious so that Huang Yuan would use that treasure and he could finally know the truth. Meanwhile, Huang Yuan was shocked at how easily his opponent overpowered him, not to mention that his lightning seemed useless. He knew this was no ordinary lightning since he had a special physique. He could rise so quickly and effortlessly in his cultivation journey because of a fortunate encounter he had in the body-refining realm. One day, while in the forest to find some spiritual treasure to make up for his lack of talent, he fell off a cliff and discovered a secret realm. He found the dead body of a cultivator who claimed he was from another world community and came here accidentally. He left his inheritance, which was number 69 Heaven Thunder Physique, with the condition that his successor must swear the most restrained oath to avenge him. And Huang Yuan did not hesitate to do so before absorbing that cultivator's body along with his physique. And over the years, he tempered his body to an unimaginable level. So, although he knew that Wang Wei had a powerful fleshly body, he did not think that he would lose to anyone, especially members of the younger generations. Wang Wei squinted his yes before clenching his fist. He decided to use 10 Dragon Force to crush his opponent instantly. Then, using his absolute speed, thousands of times the speed of light, he instantly appeared in front of Huang Yuan and punched him. Usually, Wang Wei did not mind fighting for an extended period to learn about his opponent. However, he had already wasted enough time gambling and did not want to continue. As Huang Yuan watched that fist approach him, only one thing came to his mind: I will die, no question asked. Then, a book appeared floating on his head before creating a barrier to protect Huang Yuan. Cracks appeared on the barrier before he was sent crashing into the formations that surrounded the arena. Wang Wei looked at the book and felt the power of life and death, so that's how it is. Another way to pass the trial is to have a powerful innate treasure carry your main Dao. However, this is essentially a method of using foreign tools. If something were to happen to that aid, my cultivation path would end even if I do not die from the backlash. Visit L-World. See Hyoam, for the best no_vil__ng experience. Wang Wei would never use such a method. Not to mention, where would he find a fate innate treasure? The question is, why is this the case? Does it have to do with innate laws? Chapter 460. Wang Wei knew very little about innate laws except that primordial gods and innate demons cultivate this type of law. Most of them had innate laws in their bodies, and all they had to do was comprehend them to cultivate. Another form of innate law was from innate treasures. And the only difference between the two is that innate laws are easier to comprehend than normal laws. By studying them, cultivators can also understand normal laws. Cultivators considered innate laws as teachers of heaven and earth. Wang Wei theorized that in the beginning Emperor era, one of the reasons that era was so powerful was because humans or acquired life could study innate laws from the corpse of primordial gods and innate demons. Adding to that a large number of innate treasures in that era, this was indeed an extraordinary time. In terms of strength, there is no difference between innate laws and ordinary ones, at least on the surface. However, he also understood that his knowledge was limited, so Wang Wei decided to find out more. And the fastest way to do so was to see the old beggar again. Huang Yuan stood up before wiping out the blood from the corner of his mouth. Anger flashed across his eyes before he immediately controlled himself. He never suffered this kind of disrespect in his cultivation journey, especially from a junior. And the only time his life came so close to death was when that slut betrayed him. He looked at Wang Wei with a sneer before saying, "I always planned to kill the number 12 Heavenly Thunder physique and swallow him. However, imagine my surprise when I learned that his junior brother schemed and killed him. Is this guy trying to influence my mind? What a shoddy method." If it were not for his unforgettable memory, Wang Wei would have long forgotten who Han Li was. After shaking his head, he clenched his fist to attack again. Huang Yuan acted swiftly this time and used his innate talent, Thunder World. It was a pseudo-domain talent that boosted all thunder-related techniques. As such, thunder and lightning covered the entire arena. Then, Huang Yuan threw a black bolt of lightning. Death Lightning Bolt. This attack traveled countless times faster than speed, and in its journey, it would absorb lightning in the environment to increase its strength. The bolt also contained a potent power of death that could instantly annihilate dozens of Middle Thousand Worlds. Unfortunately, to Huang Yuan's horror, one of his most potent attacks did not leave a scratch on his body, even his clothes did not leave a single stain. Although that attack was powerful, it was nothing compared to Divine Punishment Thunder or Di Tian's death power. So, it was useless against Wang Wei. New novel_chap_ers are published here, L World. Omi should not underestimate this guy's strength. He might be on par with Huafeng Huang, he thought. In Wang Wei's mind, the list of how much his peers threatened him goes. 1. Di Tian 2. Lin Fan 3. Feng Heng and Huafeng Huang. 4. Suya and Jian Wushuang, which he removed from the list. 5. Everyone else. The only exception to this rule is Zhenbiu because he has not seen her take action or fight. He cannot judge her ability. Now, he decided to add Huang Yuan to the Tier 3 list. While his opponent had a surprised look on his face, Wang Wei attacked Frowny Face Fate Annihilation Fist. The arena turned black and white for an instant before returning to normal. In that short time, Fate's destructive nature and Wang Wei's overwhelming physical force destroyed everything. Huang Yuan's soul and body, the thunder world surrounding the arena, and even cracks appeared in the formations that prevented their attacks from going outside the confined space of the stadium. They would not have lasted if Wang Wei did not control his strength precisely enough. Then, Wang Wei squinted his eyes as he saw that the black and white book survived his attack intact. Additionally, the book's pages flipped before a wheel came out from it. The wheel rotated counterclockwise, and as it did so, Huang Yuan's body and soul reverted to their original state. Reverting life and death? I wonder how many times it can do this. He clenched his hand to attack again. However, an older man in a blue robe appeared in the arena to stop him. The older man had long white hair but no beard. His fingers were slim, and his eyes resembled a snake. His entire aura was that of a cunning individual. The latest underscores are on the L World. COM website. Sacred Son, we admit defeat, said the alliance leader Ren Cheng. Wang Wei looked at him before looking at Huang Yuan, who had just revived himself. Seeing him not say anything else, Wang Wei took this as a sign of surrender. He felt the power of destiny he acquired from this battle. Adding to his small victory against Feng Heng, he almost made up the amount he lost to Di Tian. Wang Wei then took a last look at the book. This thing would be beneficial for my plans. He then left without saying anything. All the other alliance leaders appeared in the arena and watched him leave with polite smiles on their faces. Once he was far from sight, they began to discuss. I told you that we should not waste any effort to raise a heaven chosen in this generation, said one of them. Who could resist the temptation of cultivating an eternal emperor? At this rate, do you think we have a chance? Not necessarily. We all know that Huang Yuan did not use all his power. And do you think that Sacred Son did? The group quieted down for a moment before the alliance leader said, "We already knew the Sacred Son was an era-suppressing genius like his father, so it is not surprising that he won. We still have some time. As you all know, the void-shattering realm is the time where Heaven Chosen can make up the gap with this kind of monster." The others knew that alliance leader was correct. Law comprehension is the time when many unknown geniuses suddenly begin to shine or make up for the previous gap. They can catch up or even surpass their previous overwhelming powerful peers. However, there is also the chance that these era-suppressing geniuses became even more terrifying. A perfect example of that is Wang Tian in the last generation. So, they hoped that Wang Wei was not like his father, but they all knew that this chance was slim. Ren Cheng looked at the frustrated Huang Yuan and said with a smile, "One defeat means nothing. As I said before, you still have a chance with the aid of the Life and Death book. New novel_chap_s are published here, L-World." Huang Yuan clenched his fist for a moment and bowed to everyone before leaving. All he could think about was how to become stronger and avenge this defeat. And he had an idea how to. Currently, he only has preliminarily refined the Life and Death book, so the power he can utilize is limited. But now, he decided to refine the book as his proving Dao artifact. Although there will be some risks without heavenly Daoist immortality, he decided to try, even at the cost of his life. "Era-surprising genius, huh?" muttered one of the vice leader. Speaking of which, what happened to the D clan's young master? The pavilion once said he was the only one more powerful than the Sacred Son. Do you think he died as the rumors circulating stated? Probably not. If such a genius died, there should be heaven and earth phenomenon to tell the entire world. I think something might have gone wrong with his cultivation. This could explain why he has not appeared in the past thousands of years. I think he is overconfident and decided to cultivate in retreat until the time for the heaven will battle. Before leaving, the vice leaders briefly discussed possible reasons for D Tian's disappearance for a few minutes. Ultimately, they did not know or guess that someone sealed him. As for the strange mountain that appeared on the western continent that the D clan took over, many people believed that it was some rare resource the clan possessed. After leaving, Wang Wei stopped once he was in another domain. As he floated in the sky, he closed his mind to review the information he received after secretly reading Huang Yuan's fate line. So, his karma-protecting ability is because he once bathed in a pool of karmic washing water. How lucky! He waved his hand, and a yellow orb appeared. This was the aura on Huang Yuan's body. When Wang Wei killed him, he secretly sealed it and took it away. Without hesitation, he absorbed it. Immediately afterward, he felt his pseudo-karma unbound body further strengthened. He took a small step towards being unbound by all mortal karma. What a waste! If I had that pool, I could cultivate a true unbound body. After shaking his head, he focused on the other memories he had acquired. He slightly pondered when he saw what Huang Yuan did to the woman who betrayed him. Maybe I can use this Fan Qianhan to get my hands on that book? Finally, he rushed to see the old beggar. Visit L-World. COM for a better reading experience. Chapter 461. Different methods. Wang Wei headed straight to the Blood Earth Forbidden Land to see the old beggar. After entering his cottage, he told him about Jian Wushuang's trial and his discovery of innate laws. Then he asked him about his confusion. The eyes of the old beggar turned golden as he seemed to be calculating something. All the knowledge in existence seemed to flash in his eyes. The answer to both your questions are essentially the same. Jian Wushuang's situation involved the concept of law resonance. Wang Wei frowned as he remembered his father mentioned this term in passing when he was young, but he never explained it. There are 3 paths for swordsmen to follow regarding laws, continued the old beggar. The first one is only to comprehend pure sword laws. The second is to combine sword laws with another law, and finally, to understand sword laws and use law resonance. Pure sword laws cultivators are people like your father. They believe in the supremacy of the sword as the ultimate attack Dao. They are usually the more powerful swordsmen since they pursue the state of one sword breaks myriad laws. They cultivate basic sword moves like cutting, slashing, or piercing to the level of laws and elevated them to the point of confronting even supreme laws. The second path are swordsmen like Jian Wushuang who cultivate another law with their sword. And this is the group of swordsmen that can become outlaws. The last path are swordsmen who also cultivate pure sword laws. However, their talent, dedication, or sword will is not enough to reach the level of the first path. So, they chose another method to make up for their attack power. They did not want to comprehend another law, which would corrupt their sword heart and weaken them. So, they developed the method of law resonance. They can use their laws to resonate with others and borrow their power. In Jian Wushuang's case, he abandoned cultivating the Tao of infinity and used law resonance instead. To be precise, he returned to the third path since he was previously on it before becoming an outlaw. After thinking about this information, Wang Wei understood this was a battle of philosophy or ideas. Swordsmen focused on the purity of their sword heart and will. A perfect example is his father. He dedicated his life and heart to the sword to the point of refusing to temper his body not to affect his swordsmanship. And Wang Wei knew some swordsmen more extreme than him. They refused to marry or have a family because of their love for the sword. Many of these extremists do not like his father because Wang Tian is so powerful despite not dedicating everything to the sword, just like them. In Sword Dao, purity determined how powerful a swordsman was. Whether it is the second or third path, they are usually more powerful than the second one. And the only exception to this fact is if the second path becomes an outlaw. Cultivating laws like time, destruction, second path swordsmen can be on par with the first path, if not more powerful, especially if they are also talented with their sword laws. So, are you saying that if I change to the third path of Sword Dao, I could pass the trial? Wrote Wang Wei in the air. Possible. From your information, it is evident that Heavenly Dao allowed outlaws to pass the trial as long as they weakened their Dao. If you did this, the power of fate you would be able to use would diminish, and you would fit in this category. But I do not know whether this would apply to us supreme outlaws. In the end, this question is meaningless since you would never do this with your Dao heart dedicated to achieving absolute freedom. Wang Wei knew the old beggar was correct about him. He would only accept a way to thoroughly pass this trial and have total control of the fate Dao. Of course, if it were up to him, he would like to slap Heavenly Dao and ask who gave it the right to test him. Unfortunately, he could not do that. What about innate laws? Asked Wang Wei. Primordial gods and innate demons can only use innate laws. If humans or acquired lives want to use them, they must rely on innate treasures, thus limiting them in some ways. So, this method could work. Wang Wei understood that one method to pass the trial is to limit the power of the law cultivated, whether through a technique like law resonance or foreign aid like innate treasures. However, he did not want to use either of these methods. After this conversation, he had a new idea but wanted more information. So, what exactly is so unique about innate laws? Why is it that innate demon gods do not have to become outlaws? Most innate demon gods are restricted to the laws they are born with. So, a fire primordial god could only cultivate fire innate law. So, it's all about restrictions, huh? The entire purpose of this trial is to prove that a person is worthy of cultivating some powerful laws. If not, cultivators either die, place some restrictions, or purposely weaken themselves. As for what is unique about innate laws, continued the old beggar, I only know that no world can restrict innate laws. Wang Wei understood the meaning behind these words. Every world in every world communities has slightly different laws. Cultivators must understand the laws of heaven and heaven in the void-shattering realm. However, the laws they comprehend are the laws of the myriad emperor world. So, if a void-shattering cultivator traveled in the endless void, they must take time to adapt to the laws of other worlds. This is why Wang Wei had to modify the divine runes when he tried to place an array on the sun in the heavenly profound continent. The issue of law adaptation is critical and also determines how great a cultivation system is. For example, in the origin system, this problem is dealt with in the saint realm. Cultivators can forcibly change the laws of heaven and earth with their domain and do not need to adapt. And in the supreme realm, their dharma body is the physical embodiment of their laws and does not need to adjust to using them. Additionally, their laws have evolved into Dao at this stage. In the quasi-emperor realm, cultivators fused with their dharma body to create a Dao body, and they have a Dao fruit, which makes them the source of their laws and not restricted by heaven and earth. Other cultivation systems that use domain, void caves, or universes inside the body do not need to adapt. However, the profound energy system that cultivates the laws in the realm similar to quasi-emperor would face such an issue. And based on the old beggar's words, all innate demon gods are born with this ability. These innate life forms are truly heaven's favored son despite all the restrictions they also have. So, what if I turn myself into a primordial god with fate innate laws? Could I pass this trial? He had that fiend god body 12 revolution, and a dragon spine. Wang Wei believed that he could create such a method. Without wasting time, he tried whether this method was viable. He asked the old beggar for a clean room inside the cottage and laid out his own formation inside before beginning to deduce the possible success of this plan. With the future Buddha self, he began to see possible timelines based on his current thought process and decisions. Wang Wei decided to slight overdraft his soul to increase the deduction. A month later, he opened his eyes with a tired look. I really need a way to increase the deduction of this future Buddha self. Wang Wei saw a few timelines, but they all had the same problems. This method took too much time. Only after the 10th revolution could Wang Wei revert to an innate life and become a fiend god. However, that level also involved the domain of the great emperor or being of a similar level. And to make up for the gap between himself and immortal entities, a lot of time is required. The time that he did not have. In all the timelines he saw, something would occur that forced him to leave the Dao opening sect while studying a way to become an innate demon god. So, he decided to see a timeline where he refused to leave the sect. The result was that an accident occurred in one of his experiments, which resulted in a tear in the void that swallowed him and teleported him away. Then he died as always. In another timeline, someone sneaked inside the sect and managed to take him away before killing him. In one extreme timeline, he saw that even if he hid deep inside one of the sect's secret realm, some random and unnatural event occurred that disturbed the operation of the entire Dao opening sect. Then, someone sneaked into the secret realm before killing him. And his killer is always the shadowy figure with the saber. Ultimately, he decided to settle for being a primordial god instead of a fiend god. With his chi flower producing innate chi, the dragon bone, and the fiend god scripture, he drastically reduced the time needed for the final transition. But it was still not enough. Finally, Wang Wei stopped his calculation for 3 reasons. Firstly, he found his future Buddha self too slow in deducing different timelines. It was too draining on himself if he wanted to shorten the time for even one deduction. So, he needed to fix that. Secondly, his intuition told him this solution was not the best for him. At the very least, if succeeded, there might be consequences. No, the exact feeling was that he would miss a great opportunity essentially to his path of becoming free and unfettered. Wang Wei guessed that defeating that saber wielder might benefit his cultivation path instead of avoiding him. It could be because a victory would sublimate his state of mind or some treasure or cultivation technique his killer has that may benefit him greatly. So, how powerful is this saber fiend? Maybe he is not powerful but very intelligent? Thought Wang Wei. The real reason that he stopped was that he had another idea. So, he went to see the old beggar to ask. People with the absolute chaos physique get a pass at cultivating outlaws Daoists. What if they cultivate one of the supreme Daoists? Would they become supreme outlaws or regular outlaws? The old beggar paused for a moment before his eyes turned golden. A few minutes later, he answered, They can cultivate one supreme Tao without any consequences. As expected, thought Wang Wei. Heavenly Tao grants the heavenly physiques to individuals, so it is customary to give favors to the chosen ones with the first and most potent physique. Although it is not fair, there has never been any fairness in the universe, especially in the cultivation world. Do you want to take Lin Fan's physique as a way to pass the trial? Asked the old beggar, and Wang Wei only nodded his head. Technically speaking, it should be impossible to have two heavenly physiques. However, there are rumors that the primordial venerate emperor, the second emperor of the five-element palace, had both the five-element balance physique and the yin-yang eyes. So, maybe it is possible. Wang Wei believed that the only reason the saber fiend could defeat or kill him so quickly was because of heavenly Dao's help. A perfect example is that he could not find the slightest information about them. Heavenly Dao is very likely hiding all secrets related to him. If he could pass the trial and remove Heavenly Dao's protection of the saber wielder, he could be more proactive, find and kill him. Wang Wei nodded his head before giving the old beggar a contract. Then he wrote in the air, "Sign it, and let me read your fate line." A terrifying killing intent emanated from his body. The old beggar sighed as he understood the reason. He knew too much and could be used against him in the trial. So, he signed it without hesitation. The old beggar also knew that even with all the array he had around, he could not stop this monster if he decided to kill him at all cost. Plus, most of the arrays around were for hiding purposes, not for attack. After taking the signed contract and reading the old beggar's fate line, Wang Wei nodded as he removed most of his suspicions. Plus, he learned a lot of secrets, some of which would greatly benefit him. He also learned that the old beggar planned to find an innate treasure suitable for his Dao to pass the trial. Then he left. He had an idea on how to increase the ability of his future Buddha self, so he went to execute it. Chapter 462. Wang Wei returned to a small village in the central continent. He floated in the air, looking at a beautiful young woman with green hair. She had numerous lights of light coming from the sky to enter her body. After a few minutes, a clone identical to her appeared, except that the clone had black hair instead. Once the clone appeared, she changed her face into a normal-looking woman before integrating into the village. Her scripture might help me with my current problem. Then, a vision of the future appeared in Wang Wei's mind. He tried to negotiate an exchange with Su Ya, but she refused. Finally, they fought. Wang Wei then controlled the power of time to see another future. He sneak attacked her, trying to instantly read her memories and get what he wants from her soul. Unfortunately, she blew herself up before he succeeded. There was no hesitation. So, he began to deduce the third future. Unfortunately, before he could even start, he heard a clear and melodious voice. "I know you're here. So come out." Wang Wei was momentarily confused about how she detected him. He looked around to see if she was referring to someone else, but his senses could not detect anything. So, he stopped hiding and appeared. "How did you discover me?" He wrote in the air. He was confident in his hiding method since he studied the Shadow Ruler Emperor's scripture. "He's not speaking? I wonder the reason." "You may have perfectly hidden your aura, soul, and energy fluctuation, but I can still see the strong emotions surrounding you," replied Su Ya. "Anger, grief, and anxiety. What a strange combination." Wang Wei frowned after hearing this. He closed his eyes to feel his body and emotions, and he could feel that an invisible aura based on desires and emotions emanated from his body. He then controlled it to hide it inside his body. This short interaction taught him another method of sensing people. Su Ya frowned after detecting what happened. His comprehension is too scary, she thought. "So, to what I bring this visit? I want to make an exchange with you," wrote Wang Wei despite knowing his chances of success were not high. "Visits? For the best no understanding experience again? The last time we made a deal, I suffered. I doubt that. So, what do you want this time?" "I want your Dao scripture, the Death Survival book." "Are you serious?" asked Su Ya with a mocking look. "I know I'm asking much, but I don't need the entire scripture, just the part about using emotions to create clones. The price is negotiable. While saying these, he was also calculating the future. However, Wang Wei discovered that although he could defeat his opponent, she had no fear of death and had many ways to escape. I refuse, replied Suya. Wang Wei sighed after hearing this, made a sword finger, and slashed in the air, cutting countless yellow strings. Immediately, Suya's face changed as she felt that more than 100,000 of her clones had instantly died. The power of karma, she muttered with gritted teeth. Causality was her nemesis. If all her clones died, then anyone could kill her. And based on how effortless Wang Wei's attack was, she knew he could probably kill more than just 100,000. If I wanted to kill you, I don't need to go through all that struggle. After writing these words, Wang Wei waved his hand to manifest a strange power, the Duyi realm. Although Suya did not know what this power was, she could feel it could kill her without destroying all her clones. Meaning that if she died, all her clones would follow soon. Her face became very difficult to look at it. She took a deep breath to calm down and think about the situation. Her face became calm and indifferent as many people flashed across her eyes. I agree with your trade. So, what do you want? I want a talisman that can summon the river of fate. Wang Wei pondered for a moment before his eyes lighted up. He guessed that she wanted to gather emotions and desires. The river of fate contained the lives of all individuals that existed, currently exist, and will exist. As such, it is the perfect place to gather emotions and desires, thus drastically increasing Su Ya's cultivation and strength. So, after mulling it over for a few seconds, he said, visits. For a better user experience, no problem, but I can only summon a projection of the river of fate in the myriad emperor world. However, there should be no problem in the lower realm. Wang Wei did not lose in this deal. Additionally, he could use her idea for his benefit. As for Suya, she did not mind as well since she could still achieve her goal from the projection. Additionally, she can go to the lower realm if needed. Then, the two signed a contract with the highest restriction after checking that no one schemed against one another. Wang Wei then used his finger to write countless runes in the sky. Then he used the power of heaven and earth to condense them into a talisman. Heavenly tribulations appeared, and the talisman underwent law baptizement before finishing. Finally, they made their exchange. The moment Suya received the talisman and handed the technique, 8 books appeared behind her, creating a multicolored ball that rushed toward Wang Wei, who sighed after seeing this sneak attack. He knew what she wanted to do. That ball contained an enormous amount of 7 emotions and 6 desires. And if it hit him, he would experience the worst imaginable demon heart tribulation. The kind of demon heart that can drive even someone like him insane or shatter his Dao heart. Wang Wei clenched his fist and punched with slight anger in his eyes. Boom! The entire domain, bigger than clusters of galaxies in his previous life, trembled. He used all 47 dragon force. The force of that attack annihilated the multicolored ball before continue moving forward. Fear appeared in Su Ya's eyes. She knew that this attack would kill her if hit. She felt she suffered in all her interactions with this sacred son, so she wanted to take this opportunity where he was vulnerable and deal a severe blow to him. However, she soon realized she had made a mistake. She had become too cocky after her success against Jian Wushuang. She forgot that the person in front of him was considered an air-suppressing genius by many people. She controlled her emotions and activated the 8 books to create a pink shield to protect her. Then, a void crack appeared to swallow her. She wanted to run away. Wang Wei frowned after seeing that shield. He could feel the power of love. It was as if the entire world loved Suya, and she condensed that love into the ultimate protection. Is this the power of an emperor artifact? Most heaven chosens will not have access to their sex emperor artifact until the supreme realm to prevents over-reliance and protects them from destroying their foundation after using it. Because of how powerful these things are, if a person's strength is not enough, the artifact will absorb their cultivation, soul power, and vitality. Visits. For the best no_vil__ng experience, the exception to this rule seemed to be Suya. All the great emperors of the Yin Moon Palace had the 7 emotions 6 desires physique, and they fused their artifacts and scriptures into a book with 7 pages. Each page contained a scripture involving the Tao of emotions and desires and served as an emperor artifact. As the owner of the same physique, Suya can use the power of that artifact without paying a high price, albeit she cannot use its full power. As Wang Wei watched Suya run away, he sneered. He used the secret karmic thread on her to cast a technique, Fate of Misfortune. Enjoy your bad luck. He then returned home, heading straight to a retreat. He wanted to create numerous future Buddha self with the power of emotions. And at first, everything went smoothly as the power of emotions ideally suited this Buddhist scripture. However, Wang Wei realized that the second, future Buddha self, would dissipate a few seconds after being condensed. It did not matter how much emotion he used. In the end, he discovered that he needed time power to condense the other, future Buddha self. With no choice, he had to gather some from the time acceleration array and use time-related resources from his sect. Unfortunately, he only had enough resources for 32 new, future Buddha self, in addition to the one he already had. Although slightly disappointed that he could not have millions of them, when Wang Wei realized the terror of this technique, he understood the restriction. For example, when comprehending the law, he can use one, future Buddha self, to take his comprehension of that law a year into the future and merge it with his present self. Then, the second self will take his comprehension a year in the future of the first self, repeating this cycle to the 33rd self. In other words, Wang Wei's cultivation of 1 year equals everybody else's 33 years without using a time formation or affecting his lifespan. And with more future Buddha self, the more time he will have. Not to mention his already existing heaven-defying comprehensions. Wang Wei was delighted with this discovery since he could make up for a problem he discovered with his fate incarnation plans. Time. According to his calculation, it would probably take him over 100,000 years to reach the quasi-emperor realm and begin the heaven will battle. And since he can only create his incarnation after the void-shattering realm, each of the 9 incarnations will have even less time to cultivate to the quasi-realm. Meanwhile, Tian lived for more than 9 reincarnations and assumed that life he could survive until the end of his lifespan, which meant he had 9 million years to cultivate and comprehend the Tao based on the average lifespan of the Supreme Realm. Well, it is even worse. Quasi-emperors have at least 5 million years of lifespan. Adding to that Tian's fleshly body, that's another 5 million years of life at the minimum. If he ever had a physique during his rise, that's another 3 million years. Plus, with life-extending pills and resources, it's not impossible to live 15 to 20 million years in each reincarnation. Although Wang Wei had confidence in his paragon quality soul, he was not confident to make up that gap with just the 9 reincarnations. But now, things were different. He had the utmost confidence that he can make up the time. Visit for a better user experience. Chapter 463. After dealing with a future Buddha self issue, Wang Wei immediately began deducing the future to discover how to have 2 heavenly physiques. The first step of the deduction involved seeing a future where he defeats and captures Lin Fan. To his surprise, out of every 100 deductions, there are 2 of them where he lost. So, this guy has a 2% chance of winning against me? Wang Wei was not surprised as he knew no battle was 100% guaranteed. However, he wanted to know what kind of trump card Lin Fan had to win against him. Unfortunately, the future he could see was still blurry as he could only see a few brief scenes. He did not know whether it was because he did not understand the laws of time, Heavenly Tao interfered, or Lin Fan comprehended the laws of time so he could protect himself. Most likely, a combination of the 3. Nevertheless, he can still see the outcome of the battle. Of his 98 victories, he only captured Lin Fan 10 times while he escaped the other times. Then, Wang Wei began different experiments by studying the latter's body. After numerous experiments, other ideas, and many timelines, he found a successful method. He gave up his fate puppeteer physique to take Lin Fan's absolute chaos physique. Then, he cultivated the Tao of fate. Using this method, he no longer saw his death and passed the trial. However, he did not discover the identity of the saber wielder to kill him, which was odd. Nevertheless, Wang Wei did not use this method as he became greedy. He wanted the two physiques. So, he continued his deduction until he found the answer he wanted. Heavenly physiques are fragments of law embedded in the body that strengthen the owner's foundation, increase their cultivation speed and battle strength, and help them comprehend the law. So, Wang Wei tried to use his primordial spirit to hold the chaos law fragment. Unfortunately, the law fragment also baptized the soul, so having a second law fragment will lead to rejection. So, he tried creating a clone with some of his spirit particles. He even removed the aura of fate law inside, but this method did not work as the rejection reaction still occurred. In the end, Wang Wei split his primordial spirit into two after fusing all the spirit particles, dividing it into the primary and secondary souls. The primary soul contained the fate law fragments, and he also returned them to their spirit particle state. As for the secondary soul, it contained the chaos law fragment. This method almost succeeded but ultimately failed at the last minute. So, Wang Wei continued his deduction until he discovered the reason. The secondary soul needed a connection in the physical body, and that anchor was also required to hold the chaos law fragment. So, he created a second heart inside his body as the anchor. Visits. For the best no_vil_underscreen_g experience, finally, he succeeded in having both the absolute chaos physique and the fate puppeteer physique. The only sequelae to this method were that he needed to spend some time healing after splitting his soul. Nevertheless, he did not die and passed the trial, although the saber wielder did not show. Wang Wei guessed that without Heavenly Dao scheming, the two never met path, so he needed to find him personally or her. Unfortunately, now was not the time. Wang Wei felt a heavy burden lifted from his shoulder with a solution to his situation. He could now breathe more easily. So, he exited his retreat to tell his mother the news before going after Lin Fan. On his way there, he saw Wang Ju waiting for him, and he suddenly had a bad feeling. "Young master, Lin Fan is dead. Are you serious? This is no joking matter?" He gestured with his hand. "Before you retreat, you told me to watch his whereabouts. And I did." Wang Wei took a deep breath to calm down. "When did this happen?" "About 3 years after you enter seclusion. There was heaven and earth vision after his death and everything. This time, it only took 15 years in retreat, so he could not understand how things had changed so much in such a short time." Wang Wei asked about all her information on the matter and rushed to get something in the resources hall before running to the eastern continent. He arrived at a large mansion with an artificial beach and pool. A few people guarded this place. But Wang Wei used a spiritual attack to put these people to sleep. Then, he used his fate-reading technique to witness the events of this place. And as expected, unlike Jian Wushuang's situation, he could only see blurred. Without hesitation, Wang Wei took a golden orb and sacrificed it to increase his technique. In the past few hundred years of his seclusion, the sect gathered more merit from his new pseudo-pill refinement method. Finally, he saw everything that occurred with absolute clarity. Lin Fan and Shishu held 2 crystal glasses as they drank. "I have to say, I miss the drinks at the beach party. My father has spent countless years and resources trying to recreate some of the tastes. Unfortunately, he could only create a subpar version," commented Su Shi. Visits. For the best no_vil_g experience, indeed. That party was a unique experience. While happily chatting, the couple suddenly felt that something activated the arrays in the mansion, so they hurriedly went to check it out. They soon discovered an injured young woman with green hair crashed into the formation. Based on the remaining void fluctuation, they could tell she accidentally teleported into this place and hit the house's formation. After checking the young lattice injuries, Su Shi and Lin Fan's faces suddenly changed. The same was for Wang Wei, who witnessed all of this. And that is because the young woman was Suya. "Husband, what should we do? Since she is here and injured, let's kill and eliminate her from the competition." As he said that, he raised his hand to mobilize the laws of karma. Lin Fan had long planned how to kill a person like Suya, just like Wang Wei. Before Lin Fan could finish the job, Suya slowly opened her eyes to look at Su Shi, who held her. "What a beautiful woman. Is this the immortal world?" she muttered. "No, who are you?" Both Su Shi and Lin Fan frowned. "Don't you recognize me?" "Should I?" replied Suya with confusion. "Wait, who am I? What's my name?" The frown on the two's faces became deeper. It was a terrible tactic for Suya to fake memory loss in her current situation. A flash of brilliance passed through Su Shi's eyes. "It seems that you injured yourself in the previous battle," she replied with a gentle smile. "Let me check your soul." Okay. Su Shi checked her primordial spirit with caution while Lin Fan was on guard. He guessed that his wife had some wicked idea, so he decided to go along with it for now. The latest underscores are on website. Then, Su Shi told him through divine sense that Su Ya's primordial spirit was indeed injured, which could be the reason for her memory loss. "What are you thinking?" "This is the perfect opportunity," replied Su Shi. "We can convince her that you're her husband. With her strength and talent, she can be a great boost to you during the Heavenwell battle." Lin Fan agreed after thinking for a moment, as this was a great idea. "Yuan, don't you remember me?" "I'm your husband?" said Lin Fan as he approached. Su Ya frowned after hearing this. She felt something was wrong for a moment but was immediately reassured after seeing the beautiful sister nod her head. "So, my name is Yuan?" "Yes, your name is Yuan. I'm sure you have many questions, but let me check your injuries first. It will be painful, so do not resist." Although puzzled, Suya understood that she injured herself in a previous battle that resulted in losing her memories. Lin Fan entered her sea of consciousness and pretended he wanted to treat her injuries. Instead, he placed a seal on her memories while forcing the 7 Emotions 6 Desires book out. Without Su Ya's resistance and the fact that the book is in its weakest state to allow for use by Immortal, the process was easier than Lin Fan anticipated. Then, he opened a space crack and sent it to a random location. He knew the In Moon Palace must have a method to track its location, so he had to get rid of it. He knew the palace would care more about the book's disappearance than Su Ya's. After dealing with the possible problems, these two scheming couples began to act in a beautiful drama. They told Suya of her past and the romantic story of how Lin Fan swapped her feet. They told her about how deep their love for one another was. However, Wang Wei noticed something odd with Suya. Her gaze sparkled whenever she looked at Su Shi, but she was very reserved regarding Lin Fan. As time passed, she became very close to Su Shi to the point she seemed too dependent on her, even obsessed. Then one day she suddenly changed. She warmed up to Lin Fan and even addressed him as a husband. She accompanied him more often and even learned to cook for him. Their plans seemed to be working perfectly without any itch. Then, a fateful event occurred. The latest underscores are on website. Chapter 464. Suya sat next to Lin Fan with her head lowered. Her cheek was slightly red, and she did not dare look at him. "What is it, Yuan?" asked Lin Fan after finishing writing his understanding of heaven and earth into a scholarly scripture. He picked up this habit during the slaughter trial as a practice to hone his mind and not be affected by the endless killing. "Husband, Yuan I is ready to serve you." Her face became even redder than a baboon's butt. "Oh, what did you cook today?" asked Lin Fan, still looking at the paper in his hand. Yuan means, to fulfill her wife duty. Lin Fan finally understood her meaning, so he looked at her. He quickly noticed her red cheeks. Lust flashed across his eyes for a moment before he quickly hid it. He softly raised Su Ya's head from her chin and said with a smile, "Yuan, you don't have to hurry. I know your memories have not returned, so it is best to wait. There is no need to force yourself." Immediately, sadness could be seen on Su Ya's face. "Does husband not want me? Is it because I am useless?" Tears began to fall from her eyes. "Of course not," replied Lin Fan, quickly holding her in his arm. "I just want to ensure you're healthy and ready." Despite his words, Suya did not stop crying. Instead, she kept muttering that she was useless as a wife. All right, we will pick a day and you can serve me. Really? She asked with a smile. Lin Fan could not resist such a simple yet heavenly smile. Although the corner of her eyes still had tears, she appeared very at the mere thought. Of course. Then I will ask Sister Su Shi for tips to better serve you. She then left the room as joy could easily be detected in each step. As Lin Fan watched all of this, all he thought to himself, once she becomes my woman, this plan has a higher chance of success. And even if she remembers, later on, this will plant a flaw in her state of mind and reduce her threat as a competitor. The latest underscores are on website. Of course, he planned to kill her if she remembered immediately, but that was not necessary for now. 3 days later, Su Ya dressed in a beautiful dress personally chosen by Su Shi, and she waited inside their main bedroom. After entering the room, Lin Fan momentarily lost his composure because of her beauty. Finally, they practiced the Tao of Yin and Yang, literally and metaphorically. Lin Fan knew a few dual cultivation techniques, and he used one of them to blend their primordial Yang and Yin. Using its power, he tempered his fleshly body along with Su Ya's. The following day, she woke up with a smile on her face. However, after feeling slight pain, she looked down to see blood trickling. Husband, is this our first time? Although she did not have her memory, she did learn some basic knowledge from her sister Su Shi. Yes, it is. When we married, you were cultivating a unique technique that prevented you from breaking your body until the primordial spirit realm. Then, as you know, the terrible battle occurred, and we were busy, so we never had the opportunity. Lin Fan was also slightly surprised. He thought Su Ya had a lot of experience regarding this matter. It may be because she portrayed herself as a charming little fox. So, although she did not have a partner, he thought she had plenty of experience with men. I wonder if the rumors about her were true? Thought Lin Fan before removing this idea from his mind. Now, these things did not matter. Meanwhile, Wang Wei, who had a front seat to this animalistic mating ritual, frowned after witnessing everything. He thought something would happen during this session, but he was wrong. So, he focused on the remaining events. 3 months passed. Su Ya rushed to Lin Fan's room and yelled, "Husband, I am with child." What? Lin Fan instantly appeared next to her before gently using his divine sense to check her body. And as expected, he felt a tiny and fragile life growing inside her. The latest underscores are on website. Additionally, he could feel the bloodline connection to this small life. "I am a father," muttered Lin Fan softly with a daze. Then, a few seconds later, he laughed out loud before roaring, "I am a father." Although he never planned to have children so early, the idea of becoming a father suddenly elated him. "Congratulations, Sister Ziyuan." "Congratulations, husband," said Su Shi with a genuine smile on her face. With this child as an anchor, their plans have an even higher chance of success. Lin Fan secretly notified the academy of this news but did not tell his family yet. He decided to stay in this place until the child was born to ensure that no problem occurred with Su Ya. After that, the family of 3 celebrated this news. He did not want her to visit some place that jolted her memory, making her discover his seal. So, more than 2 years passed. By now, Su Ya had a slight belly, but it appeared that she was not close to giving birth. And this was normal. Unlike mortals, a cultivator's pregnancy is usually between 3 to 9 years. As for the more powerful and wealthy, they can go on for a dozen, 100, and even 1,000 years. For example, Yu Yen carried Wang Wei for 184 years before he was born. And the main reason for such a short pregnancy was that she wanted him to be delivered at the right moment. Female cultivators usually delay their pregnancy to avoid the issue of karma. For example, they do not give birth to their children until the new generation begins. This is why most of the Heaven Chosens are born around the same time. Although 3 years passed in the projection, only a few minutes passed for Wang Wei. Nevertheless, he observed every single detail. And the only anomaly he noticed so far was Su Ya's gaze when she looked at Su Shi. That was the gaze of lust and desire. Finally, something happened that Wang Wei did not anticipate. One day, Suya told everybody she did not feel well and wanted to be alone. And once she had some privacy, she muttered to herself, "Visits. For a better user experience, let's see if that thing in my memory is useful." She plunged her hand into her heart to remove 3 drops of source blood. Then, she drew a bunch of scribbles on the ground. It appeared to be some weird ceremony. After finishing, she plunged her hands straight into her abdomen to rip out something, her unborn and undeveloped fetus. Although it had been over 2 years, the fetus only had a head and upper torso. The shape of the other body parts could barely be distinguished. Suya looked at her with cold and indifference. However, sadness and regret could be seen deep in those eyes. "I'm sorry, little one. But this is the only way for me and Sister Su to be together." She placed the fetus in the middle of the scribble on the floor. "Hope this bloodline curse is effective." The room suddenly turned red as the scribbles lighted up, and Suya began to chant a very long incantation in a strange language. The fetus disintegrated before turning into a glowing blood-red rune. And at that exact moment, Lin Fan and Su barged into the room. He felt that the life force of his unborn child became extremely weak, so he rushed as he feared that something had happened to both of them. And the moment he stepped inside, the blood-red rune rushed to his body. Lin Fan protected himself with countless methods, but they appeared useless. Noticing that this thing seemed connected to his bloodline, he tried to use karma to cut it off, but it was useless. And after entering his body, the curse rapidly began to kill him. His fleshly body, primordial chaos physique, or law powers were all useless. So, he began to try all the methods he knew to save his life. "How could you be so vicious?" yelled Su as she thought that Suya had regained her memories. "This is the only way for us to be together. He has to die." Su did not understand what she meant, but this was not the time. She rushed to Lin Fan's side to see if he could help. Meanwhile, the latter's face became ashen. He clenched his fist and punched Suya, flying away. Lin Fan thought that maybe by killing the caster of this curse, he could get rid of her. The latest underscores are on website. Unfortunately, his strength had reduced too much for his attack to be effective. At the same time, he rapidly approached death, and he did not know what to do until he remembered something. Chapter 465. Lin Fan took out his death talisman to activate it. However, the moment he looked at it, he felt something was wrong. It appeared as if it was not functional. No matter how much origin essence he injected inside or how much he checked, it was useless. For a brief moment, Lin Fan despaired, but he rapidly controlled himself. He knew to remain calm for the slightest chance of survival since this was not the first time he was on the verge of death. He then focused on how to deal with the current situation. He used the law of time to stop his body in his present state and prevent deterioration while also using death law to negate his death. Unfortunately, Lin Fan realized that this method only bought him a few more minutes. Luckily, this was more than enough for him. He decided to take this moment between life and death to understand curse law to deal with the problem. As for Su, she kept on crying while injecting her origin essence into his body to help. Regrettably, she could not even detect that curse, let alone help. While these two dealt with their issue, Suya, who was previously sent flying, suddenly opened her eyes. She immediately frowned as countless memories flooded into her mind. She remembered her life as Ziyuan, and disgust and hatred flashed across her eyes. How dare he take advantage of me? She used a spell to heal some of her injuries by transferring them to her clones before getting up. She looked at the Lin Fan, squirming on the floor, trying to survive. This is the perfect time to kill him. Suya took a small step forward before stopping. She remembered how she underestimated her opponent before and got herself into the current situation. She would not make the same mistake again. So, instead of approaching Lin Fan to attack, she activated the bloodline curse she previously used. She knew that this was a terrifying curse that could ignore levels. Even Immortal can kill a quasi-emperor with that curse as long as they achieve the harsh condition of bearing the target's offspring or bloodline. And in her years of studying the curse, She understood that hatred and grievances were the primary sources of that curse. So, without hesitation, she gathered a massive amount of these negative emotions to strengthen the curse. Immediately afterward, Lin Fan vomited a mouthful of black blood, and Suya ran away. She saw madness in Lin Fan's eyes, so she decided to be more cautious in case he did something terrible before his death. Additionally, she was not in the best state of mind after what happened to her, so she quickly escaped. Meanwhile, Lin Fan soon understood that he would not make it alive in this situation. He tried a tactic that one of his opponents in the slaughter trial did: use a reincarnation law to escape his current predicament. Unfortunately, the strengthened version of this curse seemed to have attached to the concept of his existence. So even after reincarnation, he would not escape death. Without any choice, he accepted his death. He looked at his favorite wife, thinking about their time together. He thought about how she was always by his side, supporting him with all her capability. He smiled before saying, "I'm sorry, Shire, but I cannot accompany you anymore." "Husband, don't say things like this. Just wait a while, and the academy will soon come. You will be fine. Visit." For a better user experience, unfortunately, it will be too late by then, he replied with a smile. "Before I go, I will give you one last gift." A seed with Dao rhymes appeared before Lin Fan along with his space ting. Then, his face instantly became paler. "A Dao-level inheritance seed," said Su Shi in shock. "Husband, you can't. It is for the best." Su Shi looked at the seed in front of her, knowing full well the implications behind it. Inheritance seed is a method some lineages use to pass their powers to other people. Using this method, a quasi-emperor can turn a mortal into the same realm as them by giving them their powers. That mortal would inherit their origin essence, soul strength, fleshly body, and even laws. Of course, only high-level inheritance seed can accomplish this. Additionally, most people who use inheritance seed cannot surpass their transferor, nor can they participate in the heavenward battle. The only exception to this rule is Dao-level inheritance seeds. With it, a person can inherit the talent, foundation, potential, state of mind, and even Dao heart of the transferor. They can inherit everything from them. So, Su Shi knew that with this seed, she could perfectly inherit all of Lin Fan's strengths and abilities. So, after pondering about it for a while, she absorbed the seed, an act that made Lin Fan smile. His action was not simply because of how much he loved or his generosity. He wanted to make a last struggle, the final gamble. He hoped that one day, once she became powerful enough, she could find a way to revive him. "I'm sorry I will not be able to see you again," said Lin Fan as he gathered his strength to raise his arm and caress her face. "I wonder what our future would have been like? Would we have kids? How many of them? A boy or a girl? They would be handsome and beautiful, at least if they took after your beauty." He sighed deeply before muttering, "I hope I could see that day, unfortunately. Su Shi held the lifeless body in her arm as her tear never stopped falling. "You will, husband. One day you will." She suddenly raised her hand to see the fortune mark had disappeared and understood the divination of the old beggar. However, if she knew this is how things would turn out, she would rather not have this fortune. Su Shi decided to calm down to think about the future. Should I go home or return to the academy? No, it would be best to remain at the academy. If I want to become a great emperor and revived husband, I will need the support and resources of an emperor lineage. Additionally, if the academy knew that I inherited everything from Lin Fan, they would hunt me down and even destroy the Association of Chamber of Commerce. Not long after making a decision, Lin Fan's Dao protector, Qiu Jin, arrived. He looked at his disciple's dead body on the floor with an ugly look on his face. The latest underscores are on website. A small accident happened at the sect, and this time, our heaven chosen was killed. This is not a coincidence. Without saying anything else, he took Lin Fan's body back to the academy along with Su Shi. And this time, Wang Wei's fate reading ended. A lot of thoughts rushed through his mind. He learned many things about how this trial operates. Everyone and everything can be a chess piece that will lead to the downfall of the participants. If Su Ya were not overconfident after disposing of Jian Wushuang, she would never have sneak-attacked Wang Wei after their deal. And if Wang Wei did not have a vindictive personality where he never liked to suffer a loss, he would never have placed the misfortune curse on Su Ya. And in return, she would never have teleported to Lin Fan's mansion nor lost her memory. And in this trial stage, people's personalities began to play a role. Su Shi is a virtuous wife willing to do anything to help her husband. So, given a choice to subdue someone like Su Ya, she will take the opportunity. Lin Fan is a lustful man, so he could not resist the temptation of beauty and having a powerful helper for his rise in power. As for Su Ya, there have been rumors that she only loved women, and this rumor was most likely true. Wang Wei should have picked on that since she showed up with a woman as her +1 during the beach party. So, their plans were flawed from the beginning. Su Ya only found women to be attractive even without her memories. Then there is the curse that she used to eliminate her competitor. When and where did she get such a terrifying curse? More importantly, why did she only remember this curse and nothing else? It could be explained that her desire to be with Su Shi was so great that her subconscious tapped into her seal memory to give her a method to accomplish her goal. However, things were too coincidental. Many things in this entire event relied too much on luck or coincidence. For example, why didn't Su Ya detect the malice these two had for her? As a person with the number 3 physique, she should be able to detect their emotions and react. Now, even if the argument is that without her memory, she does not know how to use her power and physique properly. But as a powerful cultivator, her intuition should give some warnings. So, why did everything go smoothly? My misfortune curse and heavenly Daoist planning, thought Wang Wei as he raised his head to the sky. Is this the power of fate manipulation? Nudging events that seemed utterly random or unrelated to the desired outcome. They are also a manifestation of probability manipulation. Dao Rime appeared around Wang Wei for a few minutes as he entered a state of epiphany. He woke up a few minutes later with his understanding of fate deepened. Finally, he rushed back home, wanting to know why Lin Fan's death substitute talisman. He believed it should be related to Qi luck of the academy but wanted to be sure. So, he directly went to see Ancestor Wang Wuxing. Brat, what is it this time? Visits. For the best no understanding experience, Ancestor, I'm sorry to bother you, but I need to know something. Did something happen 15 years ago in the academy? Huh, how do you know? Something did happen. 3 people suddenly entered the Dao Ancestor realm at the same time. The academy probably wanted to announce their birth to the world to compensate for the Qi luck you took away from them. However, these 3 idiots failed to control their strength and almost caused a catastrophe in their small world. As expected, could their action affect the luck of the entire academy? He wrote in the air. They were connected to the academy's Qi luck. Wang Wei sighed as the final piece of the puzzle clicked. The death substitute talisman needs a lot of luck to function. And since the academy's luck was affected the exact moment Lin Fan was attacked, he could not use it. And this plot goes deeper than the surface. Where did the Dao source seed of these 3 people come from? The final reward for the slaughter trial, thought Wang Wei. He gave his ancestor a deep look before bowing and leaving. Do you think he noticed? Suddenly said a voice. With his intelligence, I would not be surprised, replied Wang Wuxing. You seem to have a lot of faith in this kid. I do. I believe he will pass this trial. That's fine, but you already intervene enough by telling him all this. Plus, we need to prepare in case he fails. So, who do you think we should cultivate next? The Li clan's heir, or should we wake up one of the sealed one? After leaving, Wang Wei was still in deep thought. He realized Heavenly Dao would consider the Dao opening sect for his trial. And most likely his ancestors knew about it but decided not to intervene so that the sect was not plotted against and injured in the process. And Wang Wei was okay with this since no one removed his status nor decreased his resources. Whatever he needed as long the sect had it, they would provide it. However, as far as the aid given to him would go, that was more than enough. After returning home, Wang Wei had to find another method to acquire the absolute chaos physique. Furthermore, He was a little scared of how terrifying that curse was, so he wanted to study and find a countermethod against it. Plus, he had a feeling that this curse was not a normal one. Visits. For the best no_underscore_G experience. Chapter 466. Final decision, you're back. Yes, master, replied Suya. Did something happen? Asked the Moon Saintess. Suya hesitated for a moment before telling her the entire story. Where is the 7 Emotions 6 Desires book? She hurriedly asked. I have already retrieved it. That's good. You did well this time, taking out an opponent like Lin Fan. Suya lowered her head and did not say anything. You have experienced myriad emotions in this ordeal, so this will be good for your cultivation. Go back and reflect on them to deepen your understanding. Suya nodded her head before leaving, sadness deep in her eyes. Is that book all she cares about? After returning to her abode, she spent the next few months in cultivation. She nursed her body while deepening her understanding of her Dao and physique. After getting out, Suya went to see her master again. And the moment the Moon Saintess saw her, he could feel that she was different somehow. However, she did not focus too much on it. What is it? After reviewing what happened, I feel that something is wrong. There were too many coincidences. I feel like I have been calculated. The Saintess frowned for a moment and thought about the situation more profound. And indeed, some parts did not add up. Yet she still said, "You're overthinking things. All that matters is the final outcome." Master, I want to know what is going on. The Saintess detested her disciple's insistence, and a look of annoyance appeared on her face. She waved her hand. Go ask your Dao protector. Maybe she knows something. Suya bowed to her before flying away. While in the sky, Suya looked at the empty sect, with only a few women could be seen doing their own things. Unlike other sects, the disciples of the Moon Palace spent most of their time traveling around the world and interacting with other people. Since their cultivation involves the power of emotions and desires, this is the best way for them to cultivate instead of closing themselves in seclusion. So, these disciples hide their identity all over the myriad emperor world as they interact with all kinds of people, including mortals. It is prevalent for them to disguise themselves as beggars, chivalrous women, concubines or empresses of a mortal dynasty, or even courtesans in brothels. Of all the factions in this world, the Moon Palace's disciples interact the most with mortals. And because of this pattern, they also have a formidable spy system. After arriving in front of a cave deep in the mountains, Suya landed before waiting. A few seconds later, the formation at the cave opened, and she entered. A beautiful middle-aged woman sat cross-legged in the middle of the cave. She had a very peaceful and mature aura around her. Besides a small table with tea, nothing else could be found. Little Ya, what brought you to see me today? She asked with a smile. Suya then explained the entire situation. The mature woman sighed before holding her hands. Are you all right? I'm fine. With my Dao heart, this is not something that can affect me much. That's good. But be careful. Although your heavenly physique reduced the power of Heart Devil, it is better to be careful. Plus, I'm here if you need someone to talk to. Suya smiled after hearing this before nodding. As for your question, there are many anomalies in your ordeal. Regrettably, I cannot think of a reason. Then? Suya was immediately disappointed. After seeing this, her Dao protector could not help feeling sorry, so she said, in that case, let's go see if one of the ancestors knows something. No, things are not that serious. There is no need to alarm the ancestors. Nonsense. Since there is the possibility that someone is trying to harm you, we should know about it to take preventive measures. After hesitating for a brief moment, Suya agreed, and her Dao protector took them to see an older woman attending to her gardens. At first sight, she looked like an average person. However, Suya discovered that she could not sense any emotions from her. It was like she was hiding them, more like she had transcended all her feelings and desires. Is that you, little Ya? How beautiful you are. The older woman slowly walked to Suya before caressing her head and pinching her face. For the first time since she could remember, Suya felt the familial love that she wanted. Ancestor, you know me, P? Din? Veal, of course. Don't call me ancestor. Call me Granny Peony. After hesitating for a moment, Suya nodded before chatting with her. A few minutes later, she explained her situation. It appears you have been used as a pawn in that Lin Fan's outlaw trial. Outlaw trial? Granny Peony then explained the trial to her and the information she knew. Suya immediately had veins in her forehead, thinking about all her suffering came because Heavenly Dao wanted to test someone else. She thought about how she discovered that bloodline curse a couple of thousand years ago and thought it was a fortunate encounter. She had lost her child. Although she never wanted to have children in the first place, it did not change the fact that it was hers. If only Heavenly Dao is cruel and treats everybody as dogs, said Granny Peon calmly. There is a reason this saying exists. If it makes you feel better, even that young lad, Wang Wei, was treated as a pawn. Furthermore, he is a supreme outlaw and won't live long. Suya did feel slightly better. However, she had a feeling that bastard would weasel his way and find a way to survive. She guessed that he wanted her scripture because of that trial. Little Ya, what are you going to do? Suya frowned for a few minutes before a look of determination flashed across her eyes. Granny Peony, I want. That is a good idea. In this era full of monsters, this may be the best option. However, you still have to tell your master. Suya nodded with determination in her eyes. She immediately went to see her master. What is it this time? Asked the Moon Saintess as she looked at some sect documents. I have decided to seal myself and compete in a future heaven will battle. What? Are you insane? I will not allow this, she yelled while standing up. My Dao and path involves the desire to survive. And in this generation, my chances of surviving through the heaven will battle are minuscule. So, it is better to compete at a later generation and prove the Dao then. Are you stupid? You have just killed Lin Fan and took all his destiny. If you seal yourself, you will lose the majority of it. I know this, but my decision still stands. No, I will not allow this. I will not allow you to take the coward way out. Are you worried about me or that I cannot become a great emperor and give you immortality? Asked Suya with a sneer. What did you say? Asked the saintess with an ugly look. She then rushed towards her intending to slap Suya. Unfortunately, with just one look, the saintess fell to the ground with a dazed look. Suya sighed. She never thought her master was so weak. With just an above-average illusion, a peak saint was so easily defeated. I've always wanted to know something. Now it is a perfect time. Suya used her illusion to spy into her master's mind and see what she thought of her. Then, tears slowly fell from her eyes as she muttered, So, I was nothing but a tool to secure your power in the sect. Suya learned that her master once had an extremely talented sister who joined the sect at the same time as her. However, the sister was not ambitious despite her abilities. So, the saintess convinced her sister to support her to become the Moon Saintess in their generations, and she did. With her help, she defeated all her opponents and killed the truly threatened ones. However, after succeeding in her position, the saintess sister broke the sect's rules and married into the sword-casting Pavilla. The Moon Saints became furious since she had no one supporting her. And as expected, without a strong backer, her power as sect master was limited. The other members refused to acknowledge her position because of the cruel ways she did things. The saintess' power in the sect was fragile for many years, until she discovered Suya. The third heavenly physique held a special status in the Moon Palace, so she used her disciple's existence to secure her power and even completely control the sect. Suya sighed aloud. Part of her already knew this to be accurate, but she refused to admit it. So, after shaking her head, she went to see Granny Peony begin the sealing process. On the fly back, she felt that her state of mind had sublimated. The cloud on her mind was forever dispersed. You did an excellent job, said Granny Peony. Before sealing yourself, I will send you the sentiment origin pool to baptize your body and strengthen your foundation. Sentiment origin pool? What is that? A pool containing sentiment origin chi, the world's highest form of emotional energy. The founder refined it from the source chi space, and each emperor after that further strengthened it. Xianxia nodded, and a few days later, she entered the pool. The process took her 12 years to strengthen her foundation. Finally, she headed to a sizable secret realm with countless coffins with runes. Is what I ask for finished? Asked Xianxia. Yes. With this fate talisman, you can absorb endless emotions and desires from the river of fate while you are sealed, replied Granny Peony. However, be warned, this will make the sealing process even more difficult. Xianxia expected this. She needed to experience countless years in isolation to wash away her karma while sealed. And if she has to absorb all emotions and desires in the process, things will become exponentially more difficult. However, she still decided to do it. And that's because she knows that once she wakes up, she will have one of the most powerful foundations in the world, and by then, no one can stop her from proving the Tao. So, without hesitation, she entered the coffin and closed it. All her clones were sealed along with her, waiting for another generation or era to show their brilliance. I cannot wait for what you will accomplish in a few generations, muttered Granny Peony with a smile. Wang Wei suddenly stopped on his way back to his mountain. He suddenly felt that his destiny increased significantly, so he immediately calculated the cause. Xianxia sealed herself? According to the rules of heaven and earth, if a cultivator sealed themselves, this is a sign of giving up the battle in this generation. And most of the destiny she had with her will be distributed. The last person who defeated Xianxia will have a quarter of the destiny, while the rest will be distributed throughout the world to create more fortunate encounters. Anyone lucky or strong enough to get these encounters can absorb these destiny and rise as new heaven chosens. Generally, this would not be a big deal. However, Xianxia had all of Lin Fan's destiny that he acquired from the slaughter trial. With such a large amount, Wang Wei could see the rise of many new people. Wang Wei shook his head and did not think too much about this. Destiny cannot save him, so he will not pay mind to it for now. So he rushed home without stopping. Chapter 467. In the Emperor Enlightened Academy, all the most gifted teachers had a meeting. A few minutes ago, Qiu Jin arrived with their heaven-chosen's corpse and an incredible story of how he died. So, Headmaster Song Li temporarily dismissed Su Shi before discussing how to deal with the situation. So, what do you think we should do? A few thousand years ago, the Academy lost a great deal of chi luck because the Tao opening sect ruined their reputation. They have made a great effort to remedy the situation, and as of today, they have recuperated. Additionally, over the past 1,000 years, they conquered a few great thousand and middle thousand world and spread the concept of Academy to gather chi luck. Finally, a few minutes ago, the Academy gave birth to 3 new Tao ancestors and directly connected these people's luck to theirs to further recuperate. And they succeeded. The Academy returned to 80% of its chi luck during the heaven-chosen worthy trial. As long as they waited a few more thousand years, they would return to their peak. The only downside was that they could not take the spirit of epic back. However, according to their plans, if they can cultivate a second eternal emperor like their main competitor, that would not matter. Unfortunately, they did not celebrate their rise for more than 5 minutes before receiving news that Lin Fan was dead. I say we rip out the inheritance seed from her and choose someone else to inherit it, said one teacher. That's not going to work, replied Qiu Jin. Lin Fan made sure that only Su Shi could absorb it. If we did that, more than 80% of the seed's strength would disperse. Supreme Teacher, any suggestion? Asked Song Li. Since she told us about the inheritance, she understands that only with our protection and resources can she properly be trained. So, we will make her the new true disciple to replace Lin Fan. The problem is whether she will truly be grateful to us after proving the Tao? What if she becomes a great emperor of the Association of Chamber of Commerce instead? The room once again became quiet. Many of the teachers had countless ideas on how to restrict the association. They could force them to join the academy or impose very restrictive contracts on them to prevent this outcome. The problem with this method is that if Su Shi proved the Tao in this generation, she would most likely become an eternal emperor. And all of them here understood the consequences of being the enemy of an eternal immortal. No matter what, if she proves the Tao, she will owe us a lot of karma, with most of them to Lin Fan's family. So, as long as we treat his family sincerely and ensure that they remain in the academy, we can avoid this problem, said the headmaster. The other teachers nodded their heads after thinking about it. Then, they called Su Shi to the meeting. First of all, I would like to apologize that we could not make it in time to save him. Many of us have watched Feiner grow up, and he is like a son to us, said Song Li with a heavy sigh and sadness in his eyes. Su Shi gritted her teeth, thinking about that event and Su Ya's cruelty. She decided that the first thing she would do after proving the Tao was eradicating the Yin Moon Palace after personally killing Su Ya during the Heavenwell battle. Visits. For the best no_vil_read_strange experience, Song Li watched all her facial expressions to see if he could find any resentment towards the academy. However, he did not find any. He did not know whether she genuinely had no resentment or was extremely good at hiding it. Nevertheless, he said with a gentle smile, "Now that you have inherited his legacy, do you have any plans?" "No," she replied with her head lowered. "In that case, why don't you inherit everything from him? Continue his path as the future headmaster of the academy?" Su Shi was slightly surprised. She guessed that the academy would invite her to become a part of them, but she thought that they would not trust her because of her background and keep a constant watch on her. She did not expect them to give her the position of true disciples. "I would love that," she replied with a firm voice. She knew that her husband wanted to make the academy the most powerful faction in the world. Because if it were not for them, he would have lived a miserable life in the lower realm, thinking he was Thrash. "Excellent. Is there anything else you need right before we bury Feiner?" "I would like to speak with my father." "No problem. You are free to move and do as you please, just like." Song Li suddenly paused as he frowned. He then looked at Su Shi with a strange gaze, puzzling her. "One of the ancestors wants to see you." Everyone in the room was puzzled but did not say anything else. So, Song Li took Su Shi to see one of the sect's Tao ancestors. Su Shi soon met a child as tall as her waist, confusing her somewhat. However, as she felt the ancient aura emanating from his body, she knew he was the ancestor. "Are you surprised by my appearance?" asked the child in a calm, peaceful, and authoritative manner, unlike his physical appearance. "No, not all," she quickly replied. "This is the price for becoming an insurgent heaven chosen using the founder's cultivation method." "I should return to normal in a few billion years," replied the child casually. "Is that so?" replied Su Shi, trying to hide her surprise. Lin Fan once told her about insurgents, but she did not think that she would meet one in her life. "Is this power of emperor lineages? I made the right choice to return to the academy." Visits. For a better user experience, do you know why Lin Fan died? Asked Daoist ever-changing. "It's because of that bit? It's because of Suya. And mine," she thought. "Whether it was her or you, all of you were nothing but heavenly Daoist pawns." "What do you mean?" Daoist ever-changing then explained the entire concept of the outlaw trial to her. "Why are you telling me this now? More importantly, why didn't you inform my husband?" asked Su Shi, almost screaming. Luckily, she remembered who she was in the presence of and controlled herself. When immortal level existence intervenes in an outlaw trial, it becomes dozens if not 100 times more difficult, and this fact is especially prevalent for supreme outlaws. Furthermore, we speculated that with Lin Fan's experience in the slaughter trial, he had a high chance of passing. Unfortunately, we were wrong. "So, you want me to abandon his path of cultivating all 3,000 grand Daos?" "Yes. This time we do not want to take any chances. So, we suggest you cultivate one of the supreme hidden Daos along with a few other outlaw Daos. Nothing more, nothing else." Su Shi gritted her teeth in frustration. Although it appeared that she had a choice, she did not. The moment she learned of the outlaw trial from an immortal-level existence, she no longer had a choice in the matter. I know you feel frustrated. I know you wanted to inherit your husband's path and maybe even goals. However, do you think you can pass a trial that he failed? Su Shi clenched her hands for a moment before letting go. What about Wang Wei? He should be a supreme outlaw as well? Yes, and he is currently in the middle of his trial. As for whether he will survive or not, that's up to him. She sure became lost in thought. She stood still for a few hours without uttering a sound. And during the entire process, Daoist ever-changing was patient and waited for her. Fine, I agree with your suggestion. She had to compromise. She did not want to do anything with a more than 99% chance of dying. She had to prove the Tao and find a way to revive her husband. Visits. For the best no_vil___ng experience, I'm glad that you understand. If you want anything, do not hesitate to ask the Academy. There is something I want. My husband needed 2 more absolute chaos physiques to finish his primordial chaos physique. I need someone to find them for me. You don't have to worry about this. Lin Fan already tasked us to do the same, and we even recently found one of them in another world community. One of our quasi-emperor captured him and is bringing it here. Su Shi nodded her head before returning to her abode. A few days later, she met a fat middle-aged man wearing a golden robe. He had many rings on his finger and a few precious jade pendants hanging on his clothes. Father, this is how the situation currently is. Su Guan squinted his eyes as he thought deeply. Daughter, have you thought of sealing yourself? Why would I do that? This generation is full of monsters and more should show up soon. With your talent, as long as you wake up in another generation, it should be easier to prove the Tao, explained Su Guan. Absolutely not. This generation has a lot of eternal emperor's destiny, so it is the best time to prove the Tao. You could still become an eternal emperor even without destiny, just like the Sword Empress. Don't mention this. I cannot wait. My husband cannot wait. I must become an eternal emperor in this generation and find a way to revive him. Su Guan sighed as he said, as you wish. But he was thinking something else. Damn that Lin Fan. Even before his death, he somehow emotionally manipulate her to revive him. I have to find a way to make her realize this and truly become an individual of her own. Many thoughts rushed through Su Guan's mind, but he did not say anything about this topic. He chatted with his daughter and reassured her before leaving. As for Su Shi, she first officially buried Lin Fan before entering seclusion. It will take her some time to absorb all the power from the inheritance seed. 12 years later, she opened her eyes as she felt something. So, you sealed yourself? Do not think this is over. One day, your entire sect will feel my wrath. The latest _SODs are on _ website. After muttering these words, she returned to her seclusion, focusing on becoming as powerful as possible. No one can stop her from proving the Tao in this generation. Chapter 468. Paranoia. After seeing ancestor Wuxia, Wang Wei did not visit his family and returned to his sacred Sun Mountain to once again entered seclusion. He previously moved the secret realm with the heaven hiding array inside. Wang Wei wanted to calculate when Su Shi would leave seclusion so he could go after her. And the answer he received was that she would not leave the academy until she entered the Saint Realm and showed herself to the world. And that was too late for him. So, he calculated ways that he could lure her out of the academy but failed no matter what tactics he used. The academy seemed determined to keep her inside for as long as possible. So, he deduced a future where he used his fate-stealing technique to infiltrate the academy and find Su Shi's whereabouts. And as expected, something went wrong, and the academy discovered him. His final fate was death. Numerous true monarchs and quasi-emperor besieged him, and he killed thousands of them. In the end, Headmaster Song Li activated the academy's emperor formation and obliterated him. Wang Wei tried again. This time he sent clones to infiltrate the academy, trying to get close to Lin Fan's family to discover some information. Regrettably, no matter how many simulations he did, the result was the same. Wang Wei had a feeling that someone in the academy was aware of his plan and kept an eye on preventing his action. Then, he kidnapped Su Guan to force Su Shi from hiding. But that plan also did not work. The academy kept this news a secret from her even after Wang Wei killed her father. He even tried to make it appear as if Lin Fan survived and appeared again to lure her out. She still did not appear. Frustrated, he had no choice but to search elsewhere. Wang Wei knew that other world communities could have the absolute chaos physique since the top 3 physiques were the same throughout the endless void. Regrettably, the endless void was too vast. And with heavenly Dao hiding the secrets of heaven, he could only divine the identity and position of 2 people. Unfortunately, according to his timelines, Wang Wei learned that all these people died in the slaughter trial. This calculation took him 1,600 years, and the result was an utter failure. Luckily, he did not wholly waste these years. Right now, he was at the peak of the primordial spirit realm. He comprehended and absorbed his fetus light and bright spirit. The fetus light increased his lifespan by 5,000 years, and the bright spirit drastically increased his spiritual power. As a result, 560 billion of his spirit particles were now lighted up, thus increasing his comprehension a little and drastically increasing the speed at which he processed information. He followed Wu Hong's warning and did not break the bright spirit chains. Wang Wei did not focus much on his fleshly body, but he nourished most of his 1962 acupoints, and soon they would be able to condense stars, or black holes in his case, before opening the secondary acupoints. The second benefit he received in this long retreat was the bloodline curse. During his retreat, his father sent him some related time resources, so he now had 72 future Buddha self. The curse involved the concept of existence at the highest level of this technique. So, using some of the future Buddha self, he deduced the technique based on Su Ya's performance before comprehending it. And what he found honestly shocked him. It was the same existence that eternal emperors had to comprehend. After discovering this fact, Wang Wei understood that he was fortunate, and Lin Fan had no hope of surviving. The first curse was only a weakened version, and at that time, Lin Fan still had hope to survive. However, when Su Ya strengthened it with grievances, the curse attached itself to Lin Fan's existence. And at that time, Lin Fan still had hope to survive. By then, even if the death talisman worked, he would still die, unless an eternal emperor came to rescue him. As for Wang Wei, this is where his luck comes into the equation. As a mortal, he would never touch the concept of existence until he acquired the heaven will. But since Heavenly Dao used Su Ya's grievances to ensure Lin Fan's death, he took the opportunity. Of course, if it were not for his heaven-defying comprehension and the future Buddha self, he would never have such a level of fortunate encounter. Of course, Wang Wei can only vaguely feel his existence. However, this vague feeling has increased his chances of becoming an eternal emperor by at least 5%. Furthermore, he also has an idea on how to his force control skill. More importantly, he achieved his primary objective in understanding this curse, to create a counter-preventive measure. He saw how Lin Fan was powerless to resist, and based on his calculation, he could probably last a few hours more than Lin Fan if hit with the weakened version. Now, he found a way to block this level of curses by using the Deyi realm, a prototype of Dao Wu, to form a protective armor around his existence. This method was more difficult at first since he could only vaguely sense things, but he managed to make it work. Subsequently, Wang Wei began to wonder who created this curse. In his opinion, no ordinary great emperor could do such a thing. Unfortunately, this was not the time for this search, nor did he think he would easily find the answer. So, he focused on the future. For his next cultivation plan, Wang Wei will use the Pill Washing Sutra to enhance his spiritual power rapidly and light up more spirit particles. After taking many soul-increasing pills, he will remove his resistance to these pills and use them again. As such, he can light up all his spirit particles quickly before entering the void-shattering realm. Thinking of the void-shattering realm, Wang Wei knew he was running out of time. So, he exited his retreat to continue searching for a method to pass the trial. After exiting the mansion, Wang Wei raised his head to look at the bright and sunny sky. Suddenly, clouds appeared to cover the sun, making everything around the mountain dark and gloomy. He was using an application of the power of heaven and earth. In the divine body realm, cultivators can borrow the power of heaven and earth to increase their battle strength. However, in the primordial spirit realm, they can use a more subtle and brilliant method of controlling the power of heaven and earth. Cultivators can summon rain, clouds, thunder, create earthquakes, activate volcanoes, etc. They can use the power of heaven and earth to control natural phenomena. Unfortunately, these methods are mostly useless in combat, at least in the upper realm. From what Wang Wei read, primordial spirit realm cultivators in the lower realm use them more often in combat. As he looked at the dark clouds, Wang Wei thought to himself, "See, why is it so hard to find the absolute chaos physique? Could it be that heavenly Tao can see my deductions, learn of my actions, and take preventive measures?" Logically speaking, this should be impossible with the heaven-hiding array, but Wang Wei began to feel paranoid about how things seemed to go awry every time he came close to success. While looking at the sky, he waved his hand to send a talisman somewhere. A few hours later, Wang Ju came to see him. "Yug Master, Feng Lijuan refused your invitation." "Why?" he wrote in the air. "In the past 1,000 years, you have defeated Feng Heng, Huang Yuan, and Suya. Many people think that you are gathering destiny and luck, so they do not want to fight with you." Wang Wei frowned as he thought to himself. He wanted to use her invisible talisman to see if he could perfectly hide from heavenly Tao. Although he only had a suspicion and no proof, and even his intuition did not warn him, he could not help but be cautious. Go back, but this time, ask for an exchange instead of a challenge. Wang Wei watched her leave before sending another talisman to his father. He asked him to send some people in the endless void to search for other absolute chaos physique. At the same time, Wang Wei had a feeling that this path to passing this trial would most likely not be helpful. A few minutes later, Wang Ju came back. After seeing the hesitation on her face, Wang Wei frowned before motioning for her to speak. "The people of the Divine Tao League told me that Feng Lijuan immediately entered retreat after I left. Didn't you tell them about the benefit they would receive for this exchange?" "I did, and based on their reaction, they wanted to make the exchange. However, they also did not want to interrupt Feng Lijuan. So, it is very likely that it is not an excuse." Wang Wei pondered. He guessed that Feng Lijuan knew his personality and would not give up so easily. So, she used this opportunity to enter seclusion and avoid confrontation. However, Wang Wei could not help but be paranoid given the current situation. He massaged his temple while thinking about the next step. Suddenly, Wang Ju seemed to have received a communication. "Yug Master, someone wants to see you." "Who is it?" "I don't know. But one of my men caught someone who said he had something to give you." "Why did you bring this to my attention?" With his current status, many people want to meet him for various reasons. They are primarily people who want to become his followers. The person sent a message. At first, I thought he was someone trying to appear mysterious to get our attention. However, based on my men's analysis, this person may not be simple, so they wanted me to make the final decision. "What's the message?" "Outlaw." Wang Wei squinted his eyes after seeing this. Only his family knew of the outlaw trial. Not even Li Jun and Yen Liling knew of the situation, let alone Wang Ju. "Bring them him." Soon, a young man dressed in all black appeared in the mansion. The moment he saw him, Wang Wei frowned. He could not see the person's fate line, let alone read it. Then? He could not see his cultivation level or anything about this person. It was like he was non-existent. "Who are you and what do you want?" The young man bowed before taking out a metal cube. "My master wanted me to lend this to you. My master said this should help you hide completely from heavenly Tao." Wang Wei calmly looked at the cube in this person's hand. He learned 3 things in the few sentences that this young man said. 1. He has a master, so he is not the person behind the scene. 2. the mastermind knows of his outlaw status. 3. This person has a superb intelligence system, as they knew that Wang Ju went to the Divine Dao League a few hours ago and received the information. Additionally, they should be very intelligent since they can guess his intention. Wang Wei did not say anything but stare at the young man. With a calm and composed demeanor, he continued, "My master said they would reveal their identities if you pass the trial. And if you accept the gift, they want your promise to help them in return. Of course, it will be something within your capabilities." Wang Wei looked at the cube while in deep thought. He understood that someone else wanted to sow karma with him. Honestly, this cube may not be necessary. Heavenly Dao probably could not see his future calculations but could deduce all possible actions he could take to pass the trial and take preventive measures. So, his paranoia because of the trial made him want to find a more secure method. In the end, he decided to take the cube. Immediately afterward, the young man disintegrated into countless particles, as if he was never here. Interesting. There is no karmic bounding on the cube, and the mastermind did not even ask me to sign a contract. Is this a way to show good faith? Telling me that they believe that I will keep my promise. Chapter 469. News. Wang Wei looked at the cube in his hand before squinting his eyes. This is an ultimate level innate treasure. There are 6 levels of innate treasures: low, middle, high, superior, extreme, and ultimate. The low level corresponds to immortal venerable level power, the middle to Dao ancestor, high to extreme corresponds to third-class emperor to first-class emperor, while ultimate is on the level of eternal emperor. His original plan was to use Feng Lijuan's invisible talisman and mix it with the high-level innate treasure he took from the Shadow Slayer temple to raise it to a higher level to hide from Heavenly Dao. However, this mysterious stranger just handed one of the highest levels of innate treasure to him. After checking the cube for a moment, Wang Wei inserted his spiritual power inside to refine it. And as expected, this thing already had a master. The mastermind only lends it to him, so he cannot completely refine it. He did not mind nor try to take control of the treasure forcibly. In his current state, all his actions have to be cautious. After temporarily refining the cube, he knew it was called the Unseen Cube, whose primary purpose was to hide. Hide from Heavenly Dao, hide from fate, from unknown or unmentionable beings. It could hide from anything between heaven and earth. After injecting his origin essence inside, an invisible barrier surrounded Wang Wei, making him appear as if he was non-existent in the physical and spiritual plane. Is this how that young man appears so weird? He thought for a moment before focusing on the cube. As soon as that protective shield surrounded him, he felt relieved. He did not know whether this feeling was genuine or a psychological thing. Finally, he again looked at Wang Ju. Is there anything else? She hesitated for a moment. There is something regarding Li Jun. However, I think it would be best if he is the one who told you. Is it urgent? No, not really. In that case, tell him I'll come to see him in a few days since I have something to do first. Wang Ju nodded before excusing herself. She had much new information that she could hand over. However, she could tell that her young master had different priorities at the moment, so she did not say anything else. Wang Wei returned to his retreat to make another deduction. He wanted to know whether the cube could hide forever from Heavenly Dao to allow him to pass the trial or, at the very least, extend the time he had. And the answer was negative. So, he sighed to himself as he began reviewing all the information he had about the trial and organizing them. He wanted to see if he missed some small but essential details. After reviewing Jian Wushuang and Lin Fan's trial, he concluded that one of the main reasons that these two failed their trial so quickly is because they placed their names in the Heavenly Dao Protection Book. With this artifact, Heavenly Dao could gather more information about their personality, ways of thinking, habits, and thought patterns. Now, even if changed or improved a lot after the protective time ended, Heavenly Dao could deduce all possible directions they could improve or evolve before planning their dooms. As for him, although he managed to escape this fate, he did not think his situation was that much better. He genuinely believes that Tian sold information he gathered during their battle to Heavenly Dao to ensure he did not survive this trial, although it was not as detailed as acquiring it from the book. That book and its creator are suspicious. This is the perfect artifact to keep track of outlaws and increase their difficulty. Could it be that Emperor Kong made some dirty deal with Heavenly Dao when he created the book? Is this why he became an eternal emperor? Wang Wei could not help but think like this. Although the book's purpose was to give heaven chosens a short period of immortality so that they can do anything possible to become powerful without worrying about the consequences. However, nothing in this complicated cultivating world was as it was on the surface. Of course, Wang Wei knew that his conjecture had no basis, and his recent paranoia did not help either. Furthermore, some people should have discovered something if the book had problems. For example, the heaven-devouring emperor should have detected something and made the academy pay for their act of treachery. It is also possible that Emperor Kong had better means of hiding his wrongdoings, so the heaven-devourer emperor did not notice anything. Although Emperor Kong has a positive image in the entire world, he is even revered as a sage, which apparently may not be just a title. However, Wang Wei does not believe any great emperors are good people. He does not believe any cultivator is a good or morally upright individual. Even the emperor of his sex, who also had a positive image, Wang Wei did not think that any of them did not do some shady things in their cultivation journey. The emperor throne is one made of the bones of others. No one who sat on it does not have his hands stained with countless life. It is a throne synonymous with conquest and victors at the cost of others. Wang Wei thought about all of these for a moment before returning to the task. Whether Emperor Kong did questionable things did not matter to him at the moment. So he focused on the trial. Although his intuition told him that he would not find an absolute chaos physique in time, he did not want to give up so soon. So, he tried to find a way to increase his chance and also make very powerful divination. As such, he needed merit. And the ones gathered over the years for the new pseudo-innate pill were not enough. Luckily, he knew of a secret realm that had some merits. The old beggar had much valuable information in his mind. However, before leaving, he went to see Li Jun. After flying to the latter's cultivation mountain, he found him lying on the roof of his mansion, looking at the sky in a daze. "The servants told me that you've been like this for some time now," gestured Wang Wei with his hands. However, Li Jun did not notice him, so he wrote it in the air. Even then, Li Jun remained unresponsive. So, Wang Wei snapped his finger to generate a slightly penetrative sound to get his attention. "Big brother, you're here," said Li Jun with a smile before inviting him to lay next to him. Wang Wei caught the gourd that Li Jun threw at him before taking a big gulp. Finally, he observed the latter closely. Nothing changed with his physical body besides a small red mark on his forehead that resembled a spear and his red hair and pupil. He completely restrained his aura and breath as an average individual. "You've become more handsome. Now, I wonder how many ladies will be able to resist your charm." "That's true. Now, I can even say that I am as handsome if not more than you," replied Li Jun. "All right now, you're getting way over your head. Youngster, cockiness is not a good look on you. You know, I am still not over losing the title of Big Brother because of a brawl we had as children, especially since I'm older. If you want to fight again, I'll be more than happy to accompany you." Li Jun's mouth twitched before saying, "There is no need to use such a barbaric way. You should have just respected my seniority. All I hear are excuses." Li Jun laughed aloud while Wang Wei sighed in relief. For the first time in a while, he felt wholly relaxed and anxiety-free. "So, what news do you have to tell me?" "I'm going to be a father," replied Li Jun as he looked into the sky and swallowed a big mouthful from his gourd. "Yen Liling is pregnant?" "No, it's Su Ai." "Well, no matter who it is, congratulations are in order, right?" "Indeed. But do I feel like you're not that excited?" "I am. I truly am. However, just like you, I never planned to have kids so early on. And honestly, I don't know how to feel or react." Wang Wei pondered for a moment. "Think about the first time you learned this news. What was your first thought, your first instinct?" To protect that child at all cost and ensure that nothing happens to them and my family, replied Li Jun without hesitation. Then that's all you have to do. Follow that first instinct throughout your life, and you will be a great father. Yes, protect my family and loved ones, muttered Li Jun. And as soon as he said these words, myriad runes suddenly manifested from the mansion to surround Wang Wei. He did not have any time to react or dodge, nor did his intuition warn him before the formation imprisoned him. Chapter 470. Discussion. What is this? Wrote Wang Wei with a calm demeanor. Salvation, replied Li Jun with the same tone. So, you've lied to me to lower my guard? Li Jun shook his head. I did not lie. Su Ai is expecting my child. You will be a godfather soon. Wang Wei looked at the formation around him. The first time he noticed was that it was at a level beyond his understanding, meaning that it was immortal level. He then analyzed all the runes he recognized while calculating the effects of the others based on their positions and arrangements. Then, his face became very ugly to look at it. Are you crazy? You want to replace me as the trial taker and die in my place? This is the only way to save you. Who gave you this formation? Wrote Wang Wei furiously. With your capability, you would not be able to create this kind of thing, let alone set it up. Li Jun remained silent and did not say anything. It was Wu Hong, wasn't it? Wang Wei could guess the truth. Before Heavenly Dao trapped her, she went to find the secret realm of a great emperor who could transfer tribulations or calamities to other people. So, she probably found the method and secretly gave it to Li Jun so that he sacrificed himself for his sake. Wang Wei could not help but be angry thinking about this. So, he took a deep breath to calm down. Li Jun, don't do anything stupid. If this formation can transfer tribulation, we can choose someone else, some devil cultivator or one of my enemies. There is no need for you to do this. If that were possible, I would have tried that. What do you mean? The outlaw trial is a karmic trial. For this formation to work, only someone with a deep karmic bound and who is meaningful to you is effective. Unfortunately, only 4 people available fit this criterion, and I volunteered. Wang Wei understood what he meant and even guessed that these 4 people were his mother, father, grandfather, and Li Jun, essentially, people who he considered family and had a great spot in his heart. He even guessed that his family knew of this formation and helped Li Jun build it. I have been meaning to say this for quite some time now. But, you cannot live your entire life for my sake, wrote Wang Wei as he suddenly began to reminisce. I understand your loyalty. Perhaps you feel like protecting me gives your life purpose. Maybe you feel like you owe me for taking care of you during childhood when everyone alienated you. But you cannot continue to live your life for my sake, especially now that you will be a father. Li Jun also began to reminisce and his life. Maybe you're right. When he entered the divine body realm, the goal and aspiration that he imbued in his good fortune flame were to protect his big brother and ensure that he succeeded in the battle of the throne. However, it is too late. It's never too late, replied Wang Wei. For once, I'm begging you. Be selfish, don't do things because of me. Think of your family. Think of your future son or daughter. Think about how terrible it will be to grow in this world without knowing their father. What about the trial? I will be fine. As always, I will find a way to survive. Li Jun looked straight at him in the eyes. I've always hated this side of you. It appears you rely on the people close to you, but that's not true. You will always shoulder all the burden by yourself when things get truly dangerous. He has analyzed the battle in the heavenly abode world countless times, spending numerous sleepless nights going over every detail. And in the process, he concluded many things. First, he could have saved himself in the short span that Wang Wei sent him, Yan Liling and Tai Gang out of the world. Unfortunately, he reacted out of instinct and saved them first. Second, Li Jun realized that Wang Wei did not have to take on the burden of fighting Tian on himself. He could have used their powers. Now, the latter argued that the 3 of them would be useless in this battle. However, Li Jun believed otherwise. He knew that his big brother was a master of formation. So, He could have set up an array that could borrow the power of the three of them. No matter how weak they were, it was still better than fighting alone. As for the issue of sending spirit particles out of the world to save himself, Wang Wei could have sent Yan Liling out since she is the only non-combatant in their group. As for their physical safety, Wang Wei could have placed them inside his divine sea since he had the method of placing plants inside or in his space ring since it could hold lives. Wang Wei looked at his brother, who was probably his only real friend in this world. Little fatty, this is not the time to be selfish. You don't need to appeal to my emotion, replied Li Jun. I know my child and family will be fine. And how do you know that for sure? Because they will have you to look after them, he said calmly. Wang Wei took a deep breath before continuing. So, you have no qualm making me live with such regret for the rest of my life, Roalpha? Alpha Dash? Li Jun looked at the sky for a moment. I have never truly asked you for something in my life. So, this time let me be selfish. Have you ever thought that your action would result in my death? What do you mean? What if your formation can only temporarily postpone my death? And many years later, after your child is born, they learn of the reason that their father is gone. They grew bitter and resentful towards me, thus planning my death. You said it yourself, this is a karmic trial. Li Jun took a small step backward after hearing this. No, that's not possible. The talisman said that this would work. Wang Wei sneered before writing, Heavenly Tao calculated Wu Hong and sealed her. So, do you think it cannot calculate her other methods? Li Jun did not know how to answer. Based on the information on the talisman and his research, he understood this was a great possibility. In that case, not only would his sacrifice be in vain, but he would do more harm than good. Now, do you understand? So, please, stop this formation. But what about your trial? I have already found a few methods to pass. And one of them is guaranteed, but there are some complications. Li Jun pondered for a few minutes before nodding his head and deactivating the formation. Wang Wei flew next to him before tapping his shoulder. From now on, you must think of your family when you do things. Don't be so rash, don't be so willing to sacrifice yourself, especially for me. I will try, replied Li Jun with a sigh. But, is there any way I can help you in this trial? Wang Wei paused for a moment before nodding. There may be. He then proceeded to give him a task. As he watched Li Jun fly away, Wang Wei thought about many things. He has already prepared for his possible death. He even prepared to cast a curse on Di Tian before he either enters reincarnation or his soul is completely eradicated. All for Li Jun to become the sex heaven-chosen and prove the Tao in this generation. Although he did not know whether this curse would be useless, he wanted to give Li Jun a fighting chance. Additionally, he also left notes on possible ways to defeat Di Tian and warned him just to seal himself if everything was useless. I hope this event changed the way he views and does things. However, he should not be able to change immediately, but it's good as long as he does. He then flew to the Wang Clam Mountain, where he saw his father holding his mother, with tears in her eyes. Even his father had a somber atmosphere surrounding him. Don't do anything stupid. This is just a clone, wrote Wang Wei. What? How come? Asked Yu Yen, who tried her best to control herself. Wang Wei has been feeling paranoid for a while, so when Wang Ju told him that Li Jun had important news, he could not help but be suspicious, so he sent a clone. Where is your real body? Do you think I will tell you? Replied Wang Wei. That formation required someone close to him to function, and he did not think any of his family members would hesitate to use it, especially his grandfather. The old man would use the excuse that he was a member of the older generation and had lived long enough, so his death made the most sense logically. Luckily, he was still in seclusion to stabilize his Tao heart. From now on, I will only interact with all of you with the clone. When the real body needs something, he will relate it through me. And please do not look for me. After writing these words, he flew away to his mountain. Wang Wei was truly angry at his mother, father, Li Jun, and more importantly, his wife. Although he understood the reason for their actions, logic-wise, he could not accept it. He had already lost his grandma, and now, if he lost any of them, especially if he was directly responsible, he did not know how he would react. While the clone waited back in the sect, the actual body headed to a secret realm to get some more merit. Chapter 471. Martial Sovereign vs. Battle Maniac. Li Jun tore open the space to travel to another domain in the central continent. He had a serious look, and a terrifying battle intent emanated from his eyes. Rho Alpha? Alpha Dash? Great Wu Dynasty, Imperial Palace. Crown Prince, there is important news, said a servant dressed in black as he knelt to a young man sitting on a golden throne. What is it this time? Asked Sun Jiaolong. Someone came to challenge you again. Sun Jiaolong opened his eyes with a look of annoyance. In the past few thousand years, many people came to challenge him. At first, it was only some of the top 30 heaven chosens from the Academy's trial. In the past few thousand years, many people came to challenge him. Then, some of the top 10 challenged him as well. He lost to Jian Wushuang miserably and has his fleshly body destroyed. He defeated Zhang Xian from the Dao Worshipper Palace and Mo Xingyun. He believed that she hid her strength for some reason, but he did not know why. Additionally, Fang Lijuan sneak-attacked him, almost causing his death. Nevertheless, the situation became even worse. With the addition of Su Ya's destiny to the world, many new geniuses have randomly begun to appear worldwide. And the majority of them have no patience like the original Heaven Chosens or go straight after Sun Jiaolong for the human destiny sword. Luckily, most of these people have just risen and are still weaklings. They mostly have arrogance and overconfidence. Who is it this time? Asked Sun Jiaolong with annoyance. Honestly speaking, he did not want to accept these challenges. But he did it for two reasons. They would provide him with experience, even the ones he has defeated and suffered. Secondly, his father told him that all the other sects began to place pressure on their dynasty. If he wanted to keep the sword, he had to accept all challenges and prove he was worthy of keeping it. Of course, Sun Jiaolong is not such an honorable person. If someone that he truly believes he could not defeat, he would not accept the challenge or run away if needed. As a son of destiny, Sun Jiaolong knows that very few people can counter his great luck and prevent him from escaping. And he has already prepared for these people. As long as he survives, Sun Jiaolong knows that he will rapidly become more powerful with each defeat or life and death situation. He will have many fortunate encounters that ensure this. His main concern is not letting the status of Son of Destiny go over his head, making him do something beyond his capability and die prematurely. It is young Master Li Jun from the Dao Opening Sect, replied the servant. Is he alone? He hurriedly asked back. It appears so. Sun Jiaolong breathed in relief. He did not want to meet that monster in the current stage. So, he pondered the current situation. So, he wants the sword but feared I would not fight him or run away, so he sent his goon. Underestimating me much, aren't you? Go tell him that this battle will occur in the barracks. Crown Prince, young Master Li Jun insisted that this battle occurs in a neutral zone. Sun Jiaolong frowned. If it was any other person he could insist, but he must consider the people behind Li Jun. Over the years, he learned from his father how weak the Great Wu Dynasty was. The majesty portrayed on the surface is only a facade, and many people already know this or are becoming suspicious. According to his father, it is only because of the current stability of the myriad emperor world that they can still survive. If things ever get turbulent, like one of the great emperor lineages started an emperor Dao war that spread far and wide, they would be one of the first lineages to be destroyed. Sun Jiaolong's ambitions have always been to become an eternal emperor and recreate the glory of the great Qin dynasty. And unfortunately, he knew that he could not rely on his dynasty to help him and could one day be a hindrance instead. Go tell him I accept his challenge, but I get to choose the neutral zone for the battle. A few minutes later, the two finalized the negotiations for this battle. It would take place in a large forest in an unoccupied domain. Sun Jiaolong stood on the ground with a golden armor with designs of 5-clawed dragons. He held the human destiny sword in his right hand, ready for battle. As for Li Jun, he only had his trusty spear in his hand, with no armor for protection. This fact puzzled Sun Jiaolong since he knew his opponent usually has armor when fighting. He did not think his information would be wrong as there was enough proof. So this could only mean two things: Li Jun's fighting style changed, or he was underestimated. Wang Wei did not dare fight me, so he sent his goon. Li Jun almost gasped after hearing this before laughing out loud. Although it is a common tactic to affect your opponent's mindset before battle, he scoffed at this low-level method. You and I both know that you would immediately run away if he showed up. Sun Jialong's mouth twitched as anger almost overwhelmed him. Luckily, he was a ruler and knew how to control his emotions. Unfortunately for him, Li Jun did not stop. Plus, isn't it common knowledge that you are the weakest heaven-chosens of this generation, sovereign brother killer? Veins appeared in Sun Jialong's head, forcing him to use all his ability to restrain himself. The fact that he killed his brother is taboo for him, and even his heart demon used this fact as a test. Are you done talking? Li Jun shrugged his shoulder before sneering. Don't start something you cannot finish. Li Jun did not think anyone could use words to irk his opponent like his big brother. He can be vicious, attacking your innermost flaws. One time, during one of their spars, Li Jun asked him to be as foul as possible, and Wang Wei asked him if he was sure, and honestly, Li Jun regretted his decision. After that battle, he had to shower more than 100 times with purifying spiritual medicine because of how dirty he felt after hearing these words. He even felt that his clan's ancestors, all the way to 27 generations, screamed in agony and cursed him. It was as if they could not accept hearing these words even in samsara. And during that spar, he almost went insane trying to control his emotions and state of mind. The next day, he asked Wang Wei to teach him his ways, but he refused to say some things. It was not worth it. In that case, let's begin. Sun Jialong rushed toward Li Jun, leaving spider-like cracks on his steps. He swung his sword with the intent of decapitating his opponent. But to his surprise, Li Jun seemed to magically appear behind him before smacking his head with the spear, sending him flying away. After crashing into a few trees, Sun Jialong controlled his momentum and placed his feet on the ground. Unfortunately for him, Li Jun instantly appeared and stabbed him. Sun Jialong felt an intense slaughter will on that spear, so he wanted to use his golden swords to block. However, his intuition took over, and he flew into the sky. The sword attacked my weak points? Sovereign sword slash. Emperor's might. An enormous version of Sun Jialong wearing yellow dragon robes appeared in the sky. With an enlarged version of the human destiny sword, he slashed downward. A terrifying suppression enveloped the entire forest and instantly flattened all the trees and animals in the surrounding. And as the slash approached Li Jun, he also felt a power similar to gravity trying to force him to kneel on bow his head. But he remained unfazed. In a split second, he threw his spear with great force. And as the weapon traveled in the sky, tears in space appeared in the trail behind him. The spear turned into a red hue because of how fast it traveled. And when it came into contact with the sword slash, the latter could not resist even a second before it shattered. Meanwhile, the spear continued its trajectory toward Sun Jialong. At first, it appeared that he would not be able to react in time. However, at the last moment, he moved his head slightly to avoid the attack at the last minute. Nevertheless, a slight wound appeared on his cheek. And this was not the end. Li Jun suddenly appeared on top of Sun Jialong, where his spear should have been. And before the latter could respond, Li Jun kicked him in the head, crushing him to the ground. With a wave of his hand, the spear appeared in his hand before absorbing the slight blood spilled from Sun Jialong's cheek. And the latter dug himself from the ground, he noticed a red rune on his face. Curse? Since when he is so proficient in curses? Sun Jialong then realized that he needed to take this battle seriously, or he would not survive. Chapter 472. Sun Jialong touched his face as he felt the curse on his body. He felt his vitality constantly leaving his body, weakening him. He could feel that ordinary methods could not solve this issue, so he decided to fight seriously. The human destiny sword in his hand floated in the air before fusing with his armor. Immediately afterward, the 5-clawed golden dragon designed on the armor changed to 9 claws. Sun Jialong's aura suddenly increased. But this was not the end. A multicolored dragon came from the distance before fusing with him and further expanding his aura. Dynasty's Qi luck blessing, thought Li Jun as he watched all this. One benefit of dynasties over sects is that they can drastically increase their strength using Qi luck. In comparison, sects' Qi luck focused more on increasing cultivation speed and comprehension and blessing their disciples and elders with fortunate encounters. Although the sect master can increase its strength with Qi luck, the increase is nothing compared to dynasties. Heaven and earth focused on balance. Dynasty has this advantage over sects because they have to take care of many people, which is the primary source of Qi luck. Meanwhile, sects have few people compared to dynasties, and their Qi luck most originated from having a positive image or reputation. It seems I have to be more serious, thought Li Jun. Battle will armor. A dark red armor surrounded his body, increasing his aura and overall strength and abilities. Then, the sky in the surrounding 1,000 kilometers turned completely red. It was as if the heavens themselves bled uncontrollably. And for a breath moment, Sun Jialong felt a hint of fear. He took a deep breath to calm down. With the power of luck, he reduced the curse's power to a harmless level. So, without hesitation, he punched his enemy. Blue Dragon Fist. An azure dragon rushed toward Li Jun with speed countless times faster than light speed. And despite floating a dozen meters away from his opponent, he had plenty of time to analyze the attack. He cultivated martial art into the level of a Dao, combined it with the majesty of a ruler. Furthermore, I sense a little bit of power Dao. He stabbed his spear to create a blood-red dragon, which instantly overpowered Sun Jialong's. Additionally, the latter had to attack with a second dragon to destroy Li Jun. Unfortunately, the moment the red dragon exploded because of the clash, it released a blinding light so bright that it was as if a star exploded. The light not only impaired Sun Jialong's sight but also his divine sense. So, Li Jun appeared and stabbed his opponent with more than 1,000,000 spears in an instant. In the first one, he realized that the armor had extraordinary protective abilities, especially with the additional blessing of luck. So, in the second stab, Li Jun used a technique that killed luck, thus momentarily decreasing the armor's power. And from the third stabs and on, he focused all his origin essence, soul strength, physical force, and slaughter will. The latest underscores are on website. Boom. Sun Jialong flew away while bathing in a pool of blood. Blood constantly fell from his mouth and nose. Whether it was his armor or the helmet, they were full of cracks or holes. Blood-red runes also appeared in all the spots where the spear stabbed him, and some parts even turned purple, indicating that a potent poison had entered his body. Oddly though, Sun Jialong opened his mouth smiling. As he stood up, he dug out a spiritual medicine from the ground and swallowed it. Li Jun frowned slightly after once he identified the spiritual medicine. Golden cicada ginger, a scarce healing spiritual herb that takes 9 million years to mature. It also contained mild detoxing abilities and curse removal. A single piece can bring a true monarch on the verge of death back to life. The power of luck? Is this why he wanted to choose the venue for the battle? Li Jun moved his spear that was on his shoulder and placed the tip on the ground. Then, the surrounding forest, the remaining of it, instantly turned dull and gray. The soil became filled with death qi, killing everything wherever it traveled. And from the ground, myriad things began to appear. Li Jun did not choose to manifest something like souls, ghosts, ghouls, or zombies even though the environment was most suited for these creatures. He knew that as a crown prince, Sun Jialong had the protection of the great Wu dynasty's luck, and Yin creatures are weak against all sovereign royal families. Natural evil does not invade physique. So, he manifested numerous black and eerie-looking weapons made of death qi, rushing to destroy Sun Jialong. The latter did a few backflips to evade at first. However, too many weapons attacked him, so he flew into the sky. With the spiritual herb, his injuries had instantly healed, so he had no problem with mobility. Unfortunately, this fact did not matter in the fight. As soon he flew into the sky, numerous more weapons appeared to besiege. Will manifesting weapons? Quickly thought Sun Jiaolong as he looked at the red weapons in the sky. He also realized that his opponent used a brilliant pseudo-domain technique to place him in his current position. After evading thousands of weapons, Sun Jiaolong realized that he could not continue like this, so he changed tactics. Yin-Yang Emperor Fist, two illusory dragons, one white and one black, appeared to form a shield around him, blocking the weapons. Additionally, the spherical shield extended with him as the center, pushing and destroying all the weapons attacking it. Unfortunately, the expansion only lasted a few seconds before all the Death Chi weapons and Will weapons gathered in one spot to concentrate on destroying the shield. And they did. In less than a second, they reduced the shield's size until it only covered Sun Jiaolong's body. Boom! The shield exploded with dragon cries of anger and despair. Following this, more than 100 weapons impaled Sun Jiaolong, turning him into a shish kebab meal. Li Jun suddenly frowned as he looked at his opponent flying away. He then looked in the direction he would land. With a wave of his spear, the ground in the distance turned into an ocean of blood. The latest underscores are on website. Subsequently, countless enormous blood spikes rose from the ground to the sky. After traveling a few dozens of meters, they pierced the space to create cracks in the heaven. Damn it, cursed Sun Jiaolong after seeing this, before landing on the ocean of blood, staining his armor. Is this your power of luck? Said Li Jun as he floated on top of his opponent. During the battle, he noticed a few anomalies. Whenever Sun Jiaolong was in danger of defeat or death, his body would react on instinct to save him. To be precise, it would act as the perfect way to survive. And this was not because of his battle instinct but the power of luck. His body will act in unexpected or lucky ways that ensure his survival. Additionally, there is a lucky field around him that also protects him. In the last attack, Li Jun wanted to destroy his heart to incapacitate him before subduing him. However, his sword seemed to have gone wrong and avoided the heart. With control of his ability and battle experience, Li Jun knew he would never make such a rookie mistake. So, this was once again the power of luck acting to protect him. On everything else, the environment favored Sun Jiaolong. Li Jun guessed that there probably were many other spiritual medicines in this place that could help him in this battle. So, he ruined the soil to prevent this from happening. Although that was a waste, it was also the most efficient method. Unfortunately, the power of luck is very unreasonable. Li Jun noticed Sun Jiaolong was heading straight for a secret realm after his last attack. Most likely, something inside would allow him to escape or be victorious in this confrontation, so he blocked the entrance. I must say, this battle has been very disappointing so far, commented Li Jun. Martial Dao can use law resonance, making it one of the most versatile Dao in combat. And yet, your attacks are so predictable and easy to read. You have many flaws in how you move, use origin essence, and even control your spiritual strength. And yet, your attacks are so predictable and easy to read. Because you know you can always survive any situation since you are a son of destiny, you have terrible battle intuition and response time. The way you coordinate your techniques and skills is mediocre, and the hidden arrogance inside your mind is not helping either. The only thing you have for you is your deep understanding of Qi luck, how to use its blessing to its full potential, and the fact you can remain relatively calm in any situation. In conclusion, your battle awareness is terrible. Sun Jiaolong felt humiliated after hearing these words, so he gritted his teeth, trying to stand up. However, Li Jun only watched him with calmness. If it were the previous him, he would never easily defeated Sun Jiaolong so easily. No matter what, the latter was still a heaven chosen of this glorious age. So, his power is not as weak as displayed. However, Li Jun was now a new person after surviving the sect's hidden trials. Li Jun had to sigh when thinking of his experience over the past 1,000 years. The trial was straightforward. he teleported to an ancient battlefield with countless saints' dead bodies. He had to do two things: resist the slaughter aura these bodies released, and second, fight a will manifestation of their resentment. These manifestations had all their skills and memories once they were alive. At first, Li Jun breezed through the trial until he realized things were not so simple. After passing through the saints' dead bodies, he arrived at the True Monarch section. Visits. For a better user experience after resisting their slaughter aura, he fought with myriad true monarchs and defeated them one by one. Then he arrived at the Quasi-Emperor section. For this part, he only needed to defeat 5 of them. During this part, Li Jun wanted to give up many times. The slaughter aura released by this level of cultivators was too much for his willpower to resist, let alone defeat them in combat. However, thinking about how useless and powerless he was in the heavenly abode world, he gritted his teeth and fought with his life on the line. He evolved in battle and surpassed his limits. In the end, he passed after repeated trials and efforts. The next stage was the immortal level characters. Li Jun found himself on a battlefield with numerous venerables' dead bodies. And he had to resist the slaughter intent released by these bodies. This was the most difficult challenge Li Jun faced in his life. Then, the training he did in the pagoda kicked in. He gritted his teeth and endured his primordial spirit being invaded by these immortal level wills and tempered his own battle will and slaughter intent to a higher level. And once he passed, the next trial stage involved a battle with the will manifestation of an immortal venerable. Luckily, he did not need to defeat his opponent. Instead, the manifestation would have the same strength as him, so he needed to use skills, techniques, and battle awareness to defeat his opponent. Moreover, Li Jun quickly realized that these will manifestations were teaching him through battles, so he absorbed as much knowledge as possible. After hundreds of years of trial and error, he passed the test before going to the Dao Ancestor trial stage. And Li Jun also passed. Although, in the process, he overdrafted his lifespan and broke his foundation, he survived. Then, he discovered the horror of this trial. The final stage was a battlefield full of third-class emperor corpses. Unfortunately, he could resist for a few seconds before passing and being teleported out of the trial. Li Jun then wondered whether his ancestor, the battle-maniac emperor, killed all these emperors or found this battlefield before making it into a trial for the sect. Honestly, he leaned more toward the former. A few of the corpses he saw were from the devil race. The historical records show that the battle-maniac emperor woke up during the devil era after failing the heaven will battle in the ancient emperor era. And after proving the Dao and becoming the 5th emperor of the sect, it is recorded that he killed 3 of the devil gods before leaving for the endless void. So, Li Jun theorized that he probably killed many of the great emperors of other heaven will that the devil race forcibly occupied. As for the reason he did not focus on the ones in his homeworld, Li Jun did not know. After all, this was all his conjunctures with no proof. After the trial, Li Jun received many rewards. One of the best is an emperor scripture called the Military Slaughter Body Art. From the inheritance, he knew that this was a fortunate encounter that his ancestor received in his early days. This scripture originated from a great emperor in another world community. He was once a general in the mortal world. And after stepping on the path of cultivation, he used the concept of slaughter aura in the military to create his scripture. Li Jun discovered that this art suited him better than the treasure body tempering method he previously used. So, after meeting Elder Dan to deal with the issue of lifespan and meeting with one of Li Clan's Dao ancestors to reset his foundation and learn the 3 flowers method, he used the slaughter aura in the trial to temper his fleshly body. The latest underscores are on website. Sun Jialong finally stood up. The medicinal power still in his body from the golden cicada ginger healed his injuries. Unfortunately, the death chi also blocked his regenerative capabilities. So, he finally decided to use his trump cards. And, someone gave a 500 coins gift, so here is an extra chapter. Chapter 473, Shadow of the Past. After getting up, Sun Jialong waved his hand, and a halberd appeared in his hand, shining with innate laws. Superior level innate treasure, thought Li Jun. This guy is worthy of being the son of destiny. The superior level innate treasure is equal to an emperor artifact from a second-class emperor, and without its harsh conditions to use or possible backlash. The reason that innate treasures are so valuable is that they have low requirements for the users. Whether it is emperor artifacts, Dao artifacts, or immortal artifacts, a certain level of strength, cultivation level, and even chi luck protection is needed to use. Otherwise, cultivators will suffer terrible consequences when using these immortal-like magical weapons. The only exception to this rule is when the artifacts are ideally suited for a person's physique. A perfect example is Su Ya's 7 Emotions 6 Desires books, and her physique, or Wang Wei and the 8 trigram turtle shell. However, this rule or logic does not apply to innate treasures. Their owner can use them easily and without consequences, and they are great teachers of laws. Of course, no cultivators can use the real power of these weapons without the appropriate cultivation level, just like emperor artifacts or other immortal-grade weapons. Nevertheless, they are still better and more potent than quasi-emperor artifacts. With a calm look, Li Jun placed his spear away before a blue one with Qilin designs all over its shaft. The spear was a middle-level innate treasure that he received from the trial. Although it was 2 grades lower than his opponent, he could use his overwhelming strength to make up the gap. Not long after having this thought, Sun Jialong's armor also changed from golden to dark purple. With a glance, Li Jun knew that this new armor was no longer a quasi-emperor tier but another superior grade innate treasure, so his lips twitched lightly. Furthermore, the human destiny sword was still enhancing the armor with chi luck. Son of destinies can be disgusting, he thought to himself. From what he knew, even his big brother, who is a person with tremendous luck, only has 2 innate treasures, and all of them are only high-level ones. But Sun Jialong has 2 of them with higher grades, and this may not be his limit. So, after shaking his head before rushing toward his opponent. Midway through the fly, Li Jun had to stop before teleporting away. As he floated in the distance, he looked at the space tear in his path. Footstorm. A natural phenomenon with a 0.0000001% probability of occurring outside of the space's turbulent regions. And yet, it appeared today and right in front of his flying path. Suddenly, Li Jun raised his head to see hundreds of thousands of meteors falling from the sky toward his position, and he squinted his eyes. The myriad Emperor world is protected by a natural barrier that would destroy all the debris from the endless void. Although sometimes, some things could pass through, but those occasions are also considered statistical anomalies. So, the advanced use of luck Dao is probability manipulation. He stabbed his spear into the sky, creating a powerful shockwave that atomized all the meteors. And before Sun Jialong could react, another Li Jun appeared from the ground behind him and kicked him into the sky towards the original. The original Li Jun then stabbed Sun Jialong. Will invasion. When his clones kicked Sun Jialong, Li Jun had determined the level of the defensive power of that armor. And he concluded that it would take him a great deal of effort to penetrate it using usual methods. So, he used the technique he learned in the trial. Will invasion allows him to refine his opponent's equipment forcibly. He can't take control of an innate treasure from someone on the level of Sun Jialong. However, the confrontation between the two's imprints will temporarily reduce the effect of the artifact. And that split moment is all Li Jun needed in any battle. Blood riot, Sun Jialong screamed, his voice echoing in the heavens. He felt his blood rushing out of his body without his control, painting his armor a few more shades of red. Additionally, a terrifying slaughter aura invaded his primordial spirit, destroying his mind and spirit. All he could hear was the scream and terror of billions of people dying. He could feel their pain, anger, hatred, and reluctance to leave the mortal plane, along with their loved ones. Boom! Sun Jialong landed on the ground, creating a large crater and a massive shockwave from his landing place. A golden dragon then appeared to surround his primordial spirit, nourishing and protecting him. However, Li Jun did not want to give his opponent any time. So, he activated all the poisons and cursed his attack contained to drain Sun Jialong's vitality and further weaken him. Furthermore, he stabbed his spear once more to create an enormous blood spear that would incapacitate his opponent. Unfortunately, right before his attack landed, a shield appeared to block his attack. Li Jun looked in the distance to see an ordinary older man floating in the sky. An unknown quasi-emperor. "I don't know who you are, nor do I care," said Li Jun, who was very disgusting with the Son of Destiny's luck. "But if you intervene in this battle, you will be the enemy of the Dao opening sect and be hunted down until you and your family are utterly annihilated." "Youngsters nowadays have no respect for the elderly," muttered the older man as he caressed his beard. "The Crown Prince saved my life, so I owe him karma. No matter what, I have to take him away." Li Jun did not say anything else but threw his spear with all his strength, making the older man's face become very ugly. He barely reacted to raised his hand to block the attack. However, a hidden talisman on the spear suddenly activated and opened a space crack to send him to some faraway and unknown destination. Then, Li Jun spread his battle will in the entire domain to block the space. Finally, he looked at Sun Jialong. A third eye appeared on Li Jun's forever before firing a black beam full of the power of destruction. Sun Jialong resisted the attack with his armor while squirming on the ground. Subsequently, he used all the origin essence in his divine sea, which was Li Jun's goal all along. Without energy to power up the innate treasure, Sun Jialong has to use his spiritual power or his lifespan. Li Jun stood in front of the defeated Sun Jialong, observing the human sword destiny in the latter's sea of consciousness. He tried using his primordial spirit to take the weapon away forcibly, but it resisted his action. So, Li Jun pondered killing Sun Jialong to take the sword away. However, he also discovered that the sword was connected to the latter's primordial spirit. Even if he destroyed the latter's fleshly body, the sword could run away with Sun Jialong's primordial spirit, just like it did against Jian Wushuang. Friednovel. So, the current issue is whether his means were enough to prevent this from happening. After thinking about it for a moment, Li Jun decided to be cautious. He took out a talisman and contacted someone. A few minutes later, he felt an unimaginable force break through his space blockade. Then, Wang Wei appeared next to him, making Li Jun's lisp twitch. He thought he had somewhat made the gap but understood he still had a long way to go. Nevertheless, he was more motivated. He still had a long way to go to ultimately pass the hidden trial and could still participate when needed. Meanwhile, Wang Wei looked at the surroundings as the entire battle flashed in his eyes. This kid's strength has greatly increased, especially his battle IQ. Wang Wei believed that he was leagued above Li Jun in terms of raw power and ability. But in terms of battle awareness, he was outclassed. So, the competitive side of him appeared, and he decided to test whether that was true later on. Finally, his eyes landed on the pale Sun Jialong on the ground, who had a smirk on his face. "So what if I am defeated? The human sword destiny chose me, and only me. There is nothing any of you can do about it." Wang Wei remained calm while Li Jun shook his head. "In the end, you are the same as all the other Son of Destiny, always cocky and overconfident." Wang Wei did not waste time and activated his ability to become a Son of Destiny. In an instant, he forcibly removed the position from Sun Jialong and used his enormous spiritual power to pull the sword from him. "No, no, no," yelled Sun Jialong as he watched the golden sword slowly coming out of his body. So, he tried to resist, but it was to no avail. In the end, he gritted his teeth before screaming, "What are you waiting for? Don't forget our agreement." Then, to the surprise of Wang Wei and Li Jun, a fourth person suddenly appeared not far from them, and none of them realized that they were there. "Ji Su," said Li Jun as he looked at the pale-looking middle-aged man with messy hair. His appearance changed so much that he was almost unrecognizable. "I have been waiting for this moment for a very long time," said Ji Su as he looked straight at Wang Wei, ignoring Li Jun or anyone else for that matter. "Chi of Calamity," thought Wang Wei when he first looked at Ji Su. "And a very powerful and hidden one at that." Then, he frowned as he realized that something or someone secretly protected Jisoo. So, he could not see his fate line or even his future. So, he looked at Sun Jiaolong on the ground and read his fate line. He learned that the latter used a luck Dao technique called Path of Victory, which allowed him to see ways he could defeat his opponent. And apparently, Jisoo was the solution. Wang Wei was interested in that technique, so he remembered it to learn for later. Unfortunately, he did not know how Jisoo would win against him. So, billions of thoughts flashed across his mind in less than a nanosecond. Could he be my trial? Chapter 474, Falling Dynasty? So, you're not going to say anything? Asked Jisoo. Unfortunately, Wang Wei ignored him and continued to pull the sword out of Sun Jialong's body. The process was not a peaceful one. You should understand that the path of emperor is cruel. If you do not want to lose people close to you, don't participate, said Li Jun. You, shut up. This has nothing to do with you. My brother died unjustly before he could grow and develop. He had his entire life in front of him, but you people took it from him. Unjustly? There are no just people who participate in the throne battle, scoffed Li Jun. Furthermore, your brother would not have ended in that situation if you people kept your words and handed over the token. Rho Alpha? Alpha? You cannot even keep your words, and yet, you're talking about being unjust. What a joke. Jisoo looked at Li Jun with red eyes while veins kept popping on his forehead. He then removed it from his eyes before looking at Wang Wei. Is that how you feel as well? Don't you have any remorse for your actions? Wang Wei frowned slightly. He diverted part of his spiritual power to destroy Jisoo's primordial spirit instantly. But an invisible force seemed to block his attack. Moreover, he could not feel, see, or sense what kind of power it was. On top of that, he did a few simulations to kill his opponent before he could react. However, in all the timelines he saw, that invisible power prevented him from succeeding. Would it matter if I felt any remorse? Wrote Wang Wei back in the air. What do you mean? Forget that your hands are also stained with numerous lives, but you never regret them. So, would it matter if I felt remorse? In your current state driven by hatred, would that matter? Jisoo quieted down for a few seconds before saying, maybe, you're right. All that matters is that I get to avenge my brother. He then took out a sword and drove it into his heart without hesitation. Jisoo coughed a mouthful of blood, and while his vitality slowly drained away, he smiled as he reminisced about his brother. Jisoo was the kind of person that was very aware of his strength, limitations, and flaws. So, once he started cultivating, he knew he did not have the talent and, more importantly, the ambitions to become a great emperor. After all, not everyone had the desire to pursue immortality and eternity. The emperor path is long and tortuous, a path full of blood, death, and loneliness. After sitting on that throne, one can acquire glory, wealth, power, and everlastingness. However, not many people can remain the same person they were at the beginning of their journey. The final winner usually must sacrifice their morality, humanity, and even their friends and loved ones. So, although the throne is the most desired position in the endless void, not everyone can or are willing to compete for it, and Jisoo was one of these people. So, when he held Jisong for the first time, he finally understood his innermost desire. He wanted to be a supporting role in that great competition, not the leading role. It was a perfect position. He could one day achieve immortality while not having to go through all the trials and tribulations. So, he dedicated all his life to making his brother a great emperor. He began to focus on strategy so that he could be helpful. Jisoo also ensured that his brother had a happy childhood. As a heaven-chosen born with the heavy axe physique, Jisong has many people praising him and expectations placed on him. Growing up in such an environment was not ideal and could affect most children mentally. And the only reason he could have a childhood at all and develop normally was because of Jisoo. He was the only person who never showed his expectations, goals, dreams, and hopes for Jisong. Jisoo treated him like his little brother, nothing more and nothing else. At some point, Ji-Su did not know whether he was doing all this for his brother's state of mind or because he genuinely wanted him to have a great life. After Ji-Song's defeat in the Chi Luck trial, Ji-Su watched how much he pushed himself beyond his limit, especially to temper his body. He had never seen his brother in such pain, both physically and spiritually. And a significant part of him wanted to convince Ji-Song to give up the competition and focus on living his life normally. Anyway, with his physique, he could become a great cultivator and live for a few million years. Unfortunately, he knew that this was pointless. Ji-Song was not like him. He had ambitions, drive, and talent. Not to mention that the entire dynasty was counting on him. So, Ji-Su motivated and supported him instead. He ensured that Ji-Song did not let a few defeats affect his state of mind and Dao heart. Then came the fateful day. Ji-Su watched as someone tore his little brother apart in front of trillions of people before being refined into a pill. What's worse was that his father and great-was people did nothing. They bowed their heads to his brother's killers to appease them. This act was unacceptable to Ji-Su, so he took things into his hand. While blood dripped from his mouth, Ji-Su smiled viciously at Wang Wei. Li Jun took a small step forward, wanting to stay in front of his big brother and protect him. However, after seeing his calm and composed demeanor, he stopped and observed while being on guard. Then, black marks started to appear all over Wang Wei's body. He glanced at them before words appeared in front of him. A curse? You're gravely mistaken if you think this is enough to get your vengeance. Ji-Su laughed aloud like a madman before replying, No, I know this would not be enough. I never underestimate an enemy, let alone a monster like you. He then crushed a talisman from his space ring. Immediately afterward, an enormous multicolored dragon appeared in the distance, visible throughout the entire myriad emperor world by all cultivators. The dragon roared to the heavens. Its roar was full of pain, sadness, and reluctance. Then, it shattered into billions of motes of light of different colors. That's the Great Zhou's Chi Luck Dragon, said Li Jun. What have you done? His words had not finished before the black spots on Wang Wei's body turned purple and spread to 95% of his body. Li Jun's face became pale after seeing this. However, before he could react, Wang Wei appeared in front of Ji-Su. His instinct told him that this guy was no longer protected. He grabbed the latter's head and searched his primordial spirit. Curse of hatred? Another curse that can affect a person's existence? They should be from the same creator. He understood many things. Ji-Su was crazy enough to sacrifice the luck of the entire Great Zhou dynasty to power and strengthen the curse to a higher level, just like Suya did. Luckily, he was not Lin Fan. Suddenly, Wang Wei split into two. One side of him still had the markings on their bodies, while the other was intact. Bone Clone, a divine ability he received from tempering his body to perfection, which would allow him to redirect things like curses, reality erasure, or weird and unpredictable abilities that are impossible to guard against. So far, he only had to use this ability thrice. The first time failed him, but that was because his enemy had a similar ability and knew how to nullify it, and the second time saved him from death. Luckily, this time, this divine ability did not fail him. On top of that, he anticipated this possible outcome when he saw the Chi Luck Dragon. After all, he witnessed what happened to Lin Fan. So, instantly, he reverted his Chi Luck Dragon to the black state to reduce the effect that luck has on him entirely. Secondly, he used his status as Sacred Son to connect to the Dao opening sex Chi Luck and block most of the boost that the Great Zhou's Chi Luck would have on the curse. He also felt the sex Luck Dragon did not resist letting him borrow all its strength, most likely because his father gave him that authority. Nevertheless, Wang Wei knew that he was not safe yet. So, he sat cross-legged beside Ji-Su's dead body as he began to focus on his Di realm and protect his existence. Great Zhou Dynasty, you guys dare, roared a beautiful woman's voice. A mighty aura emanated from the direction of that voice, which shook the entire myriad emperor world slightly. Then, a mysterious and unknown power appeared to prevent the Chi Luck from completely dispersing. Then about 30 people floated in the sky above the dynasty. Among these people, 5 had Dao rhymes emanating from their bodies as if they were the messengers of the great Dao itself, while the remaining ones had immortal lights flowing from their bodies, displaying their nobility to the world. These 30 cultivators stood in 2 groups, all dressed in dragon robes. One group had 3 Dao ancestors along with 17 immortal venerables, while the smaller group had 2 Dao ancestors with 8 immortal venerables. "Why did you guys do this?" asked the female Dao ancestor, who led the other 2. "You know why we did this," replied the purple-eyed Dao ancestor, who appeared to be the rebel group's leader. "Billions of years of cultivation, and not a single progress. This is the worst kind of torture," he said with a sigh. "You knew what you signed for, immortality in exchange for protecting Great Zhou until it perished. Yes. And now that that dynasty's luck is scattered, Great Zhou has perished, so we are now free." Ji Xiran gritted her teeth as she looked at these traitors. This stupid crown prince. She looked in the distance to look at Ji Su's dead body. And after seeing Wang Wei, she finally understood how this situation escalated to this point. Their entire Great Zhou dynasty was probably being used as a chess piece for someone outlaw's trial. For as long as she lived, she understood the saying, "Heavenly Dao is cruel and treats all living beings as dogs." The only exception is great emperors, and only second-class ones and up. Otherwise, no one can escape this cruel fact, even immortal beings like them. Ji Xiran looked at the traitors but did not say anything. She understood that even with numbers, they were still outclassed in battle strength. So, Ji Xiran looked at the people behind her and said, "Let's go recondense the dynasty's luck." So, all the remaining 20 immortal cultivators rushed to use their ability to recondense as much luck as possible before it was too late. However, they also knew that from now, the Great Zhou dynasty will suffer countless catastrophes, both natural and artificial, because of the dispersion of luck. As for the remaining 10 people, they did not intervene. Instead, they all disappeared as if they had never existed in this world. Meanwhile, after a few hours, Wang Wei opened his eyes with a pale face. He looked at Ji Su's dead body while thinking, "So, he was just a pawn to weaken me before the real trial. What a shame." Chapter 475. Ambitions. Wang Wei wanted Ji Su to be his trial since things would be simpler. Unfortunately, his nexus of fate is still the same. Nevertheless, he did learn a few things about this experience. For example, he guessed that the saber wielder might not be someone he knew very well but most likely affected by his actions. So, he prepared to find them using that conjecture. Secondly, he learned that the curse of hatred and the bloodline curse were from the same source. The creator's purpose seemed to be to give people, no matter the cultivation level, a chance at killing their enemy if they were willing to pay a specific price. And after this experience, he decided to study curses in depth to have ways to block them. Furthermore, he will also spend a lot of time cultivating or improving his bone clone ability. This divine ability can save his life in the most dangerous situations. "Where is Sun Jiaolong?" gestured Wang Wei. "I'm sorry, but he ran away while I was protecting you," replied Li Jun. He had a very powerful void-breaking talisman. Wang Wei nodded his head before looking in the distance. He headed for his new hideout while sending a clone back to the sect to see his father. He wanted to know about the situation of Great Zhou. Wang Wei found his father waiting for him in Tianwei Peak. "You should return home. Your mother is worried sick about you. If all 3 of you can swear the most restricted oath not to use that formation, I will be more than happy to return home." Wang Tian became quiet for a moment before saying, "At least, let your clone go see her." "Fine." Wang Wei knew that time was ticking for him, so there was no point in remaining mad at his family for now. For all he knows, the time he has to see them is limited. Although he will try to enter samsara if he fails this trial, there is no guarantee of success. And if he succeeded, he would not see them for countless millennia, if not millions of years. What happened in Great Zhou? Although he felt the presence of the immortal grade cultivators in the distance, he could not hear their conversation. And he had to focus on blocking the curse. Wang Tian explained everything that happened regarding the rebellion of these people to attend freedom. They probably want to go to the world that all great emperors ascend to. This should be the perfect place to help cultivators of their level reach higher heights, commented Wang Tian, and Wang Wei agreed with him. Doesn't our sect have to worry about similar things? Not really. One of the advantages of powerful emperor lineages is that our emperors can create and leave behind resources and secret realms that help immortal tier cultivators. So, although their cultivation speed will not be as good as that place, they can still progress. Wang Wei nodded as he finally understood why the sect strictly controls resources at the level of innate and above. These resources are reserved for the Dao ancestors and immortal venerables to ensure that they do not have any rebellious thoughts like the people from Great Zhou. In any case, you should be on the lookout if something happens, warned Wang Wei. Then the two went back home together. Yu Yan was happy to see her son again, even if it was a clone. She knew if he decided to be stubborn and remained angry, she would not see him for at least a few hundred years, if not more. After meeting his mother, the clone went to see Li Jun and Su Ai. She still looked normal as the pregnancy was in the early stage. With her bloodline and the sect's resources, this baby will not see the world in another few hundred years. Immediately afterward, Wang Wei's clone and Li Jun went to the battle tower to fight. Wang Wei wanted to test Li Jun's battle awareness and skills, so he gave the clone the same physical strength, origin essence, and spiritual strength as him. The result was that he was mistreated. Li Jun quickly destroyed him. And that was even though his Fate Dao still gave him an advantage since it was a Dao more powerful than Slaughter Dao. The way Li Jun could see flaws in his opponent, predict attacks solely based on instinct, and use all his techniques, spells, or divine abilities to their full potential and beyond, Wang Wei was no match. Wang Wei thought he made up the gap in combat awareness with Di Tian during their battle with the help of the pagoda. However, he realized how wrong he was after fighting Li Jun. He reviewed that battle again and learned many things. Di Tian held back quite a lot. Based on his movements and actions, Wang Wei knew that he was constantly on the lookout for something during their battle. He most likely feared that Wu Hong would suddenly show up and destroy him. And because of this constant vigilance, Di Tian could not use all his powers and skills during the battle. After making this discovery, Wang Wei's eyes began to shine. Since he found his weakness, he will change and improve it. He went to see Wang Ju as he had a task for her. He gave her a list of the people he thought he had wronged during his cultivation journey and asked her to check and assassinate them. And if there is a saber wielder with notable strength, she should inform him immediately. Through the power of karma, Wang Wei could deduce this kind of information. So, he began from the Spirit Road trial to the present. Although he knew he could not find everybody, he was satisfied with 95% of them. Hopefully, he can find the person from his trial. If not, his actions can be considered a way to deal with possible future troubles. After that, he headed to the time acceleration formation with Li Jun. He wanted to absorb the latter's skills and battle awareness through constant battles. And in just 5 years, he learned everything Li Jun did during his hidden trial, which made the latter speechless. "You're truly a monster," said Li Jun. His physique granted him a terrifying talent for battle, but he still took thousands of years to reach such a level. Yet, someone else took just 5 years to catch up and surpassed him. Wang Wei did not say anything. He did not even use his future Buddha self, relying only on his comprehension to achieve this feat. "I need you to do something for me," wrote Wang Wei in the air before explaining what it was to Li Jun. "You want me to create a technique to increase battle awareness and skills?" Muttered Li Jun. Wang Wei's idea is very simple. Divide the might into two. One part controls the normal function of daily life, while the other part is constantly in a dream world, and in that world, they can simulate their opponents and fight with them. They can simulate their previous opponents and the fights they have watched, even from recordings, or simulate themselves. After all, there is no better opponent than yourself. After a couple of thousand years, their combat awareness would increase to an unimaginable level with the constant, never-ending battles. I should be able to recreate the simulation aspect after studying the battle tower. But I don't know anything about Dream Dao. The sect has a few books from the Eternal Dream sect. Furthermore, there is no need to start from scratch. One of the top 30 Heaven Chosens, the one called Lazy Suave, has a cultivation technique that allows him to cultivate in his sleep. Get it from him and modify it. That should work, replied Li Jun with excitement. This dream technique is perfectly suited for his physique. And once he creates it, he can simulate his trial and decrease the time it takes him to pass. What a perfect training method. He could imagine how both his and Wang Wei's strength would increase once he created this technique. So, without wasting time, he left to track the Lazy Suave. In a slightly dark and poorly lighted place, Sun Jialong opened his eyes. He grunted in pain before looking around. Even though he had night vision with his cultivation level, everything was hard to see. The only light in the room seemed to come from a glowing golden spark from the distance. Sun Jialong swallowed a bunch of pills after ensuring he was in no danger. A few hours later, he could now move properly. So, he headed in the direction of the light source. Because of his injury, this short walk took more than 30 minutes. Then he saw an altar with a blue sword with an azure dragon design on both the hilt and the edge. Suddenly, Sun Jialong began to laugh aloud, forcing him to stop when he started coughing and leaking blood. Rho Alpha? Alpha? My plan seems to have worked, he muttered. The Demon Destiny Sword. He has been searching non-stop for this sword for thousands of years, but to no avail. So, he decided to gather luck to use a spell to find it. Sun Jialong was prepared to gather luck for a very long time. However, when Ji Su sacrificed Great Zhou's Qi luck, he took this opportunity to steal a lot of it. And when he used the void-breaking talisman, he used his luck to guarantee his escape and find this sword. Excitedly, he ignored his injury and the pain before rushing to take the sword. Unfortunately, a shield appeared to push him away. How I forget, only the demon race can fully use the power of that sword. Sun Jialong sat on the ground to meditate and accelerate his recovery. A few days later, he returned to his peak state. Then he took out a bright red pill with veins engraved on its surface. I spent a lot of money and time to get this quasi-emperor tier bloodline modification pill. Hopefully my plan can work. After swallowing it, he fell to the ground as he began to twitch. Blood started to ooze from every corner of his body. At some point, hair grew unconditionally from Sun Jialong's body before falling off. During the excruciating process, he did not scream a single time. To be precise, he could not scream even if he wanted to, since most of his bodily parts did not function properly. A few days later, the process ended, and Sun Jialong got up from the floor. He clenched his hands as he felt the strength flowing through his veins. An illusory monkey appeared behind him before he punched in their air. Boom! The entire secret realm shook for a moment before stabilizing itself. The battle god ape bloodline is truly remarkable, he muttered. He once acquired this bloodline from a demon race's secret realm. A battle saint ape tribe member wanted to purify his bloodline to a height never seen before to one day lead his race from human oppression. And he succeeded somehow. Unfortunately, he died in the process, leaving it for future generations of the demon race. After checking his power, Sun Jialong walked to the blue sword and quickly picked it up. A feeling of nostalgia rushed through him as he felt the power of luck. I am the man destined to unite the myriad emperor world and recreate the glory of the great Qin dynasty, he declared. And this is just the beginning. The next step in Sun Jialong's plan is to search for the destiny sword of the sea race. From the records he searched, there has never been any news about the existence of such an item. However, he was confident the sea race had a luck-condensing artifact, but they hid it even better than the demon race and the human race. The ocean is as vast as the central and eastern continent, so the population of the sea race should be the second largest in the world. With their sword of destiny in my hands, I should be able to compensate for the previous loss. Sun Jialong looked in the distance with killing intent. Wang Wei, you just wait. One day, I will pry that sword from your corpse. Sun Jialong then left for the sea. For a moment, he hesitated whether to search for the destiny sword of the spirit race. However, considering their low number, he concluded it was not worth it. Chapter 476. Solution? Blood Earth Forbidden Land. Wang Wei's real body made a small cottage next to the old beggar, who was not home at present, most likely searching for an innate treasure related to the Tao of Heaven. In one of the large rooms with a space extension array, he activated the unseen cube for extra protection before taking out a few golden orbs that instantly fused upon interaction. With enough merit, he made the divination that would decide his fate. Where was the absolute chaos physique in the endless void? Uncalculable. Wang Wei sighed even though he expected this outcome. So, he changed his question. Would I be able to find one before the trial? Dead. Wang Wei squinted his eyes. A while ago, there was still a chance for him to find other people with that physique. And now, even after refining the human destiny sword to bless him with luck, he learned that all of the remaining absolute chaos physiques were now dead. So, what changed? Thought Wang Wei. He did not know that there were only 9 absolute chaos physiques in the endless void. Lin Fan absorbed 7 of them during the slaughter trial, and as for the remaining 2, the Emperor Enlightened Academy have already caught them for Susure. So, he was too late. Wang Wei took a deep breath to calm down. He was now back to the starting point. He had to find another way to survive. So, he closed his eyes to enter a deep state of meditation. All his billions of spirit particles worked together in harmony as he strategized. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Wei concluded the way to survive this trial was to use a method that a great emperor could not calculate. The reason his physique plan failed was because of how predictable it was. A few outlaws probably already used this method to pass the test, so Heavenly Tao should be able to calculate that Wang Wei will reach this conclusion and plan ahead. So, if I want to survive, I need a method that a great emperor-level figure could not calculate? Wang Wei frowned after coming to this conclusion. He did not know how mighty the deduction power of great emperors was, but it would never be something even a genius like himself could fathom. So, Wang Wei understood that in a direct confrontation of deduction, he would lose, especially since the Tao of Heaven involved knowing everything in existence. Although he knew that even if Heavenly Tao couldn't reach the true level of omniscient, he knew that he had already lost in the information/knowledge department. Wait, knowledge. I have knowledge from Earth, a completely different civilization and culture unknown to Heavenly Tao. Wang Wei has tried to divine the location and existence of Earth a few times to no avail. So, he theorized that it was either very well hidden by some influential individuals or did not exist in this universe. So, this could be my advantage, he thought, his mind working at trillions of miles per hour. He found a few things wrong with this theory in less than a second. First, he assumed Heavenly Tao did not know about Earth and had no proof of such. This assumption could be fatal to him if he wanted to use it to pass the trial. Second, many of his odd behaviors since he reincarnated in this world revealed that he reincarnated. Even his family was aware of this fact, but they never mentioned it to him. However, sometimes he would blurt out some terms or slang from Earth and even explain certain concepts to Li Jun or Yan Liling. Many of these concepts are now known to the upper echelons of the sect. Furthermore, when speaking with Wu Hong, he would talk more casually about certain things on Earth. Fortunately, she seemed to know about it since Wang Wei did not have to explain anything, and she would naturally understand what he meant. It was as if she's been there before and experienced the culture. Of course, Wang Wei knew that future him could have recreated Earth from memories and shown it to her. Or she could have visited with him. Nevertheless, Earth might not be the solution he needed. Wang Wei pondered and reviewed everything he ever said or muttered about Earth. The information revealed was not as much as he anticipated. Even when he created things like trains, cars, etc., he only mentioned their names and functions. He discovered that he was never willing to talk too deeply about it and did not even officially talk to his family about his reincarnation, even though he knew they knew. Wang Wei does not know why he did not reveal it. He was not guilty of taking over his mother's baby since he reincarnated as a baby. He knew his family would still treat him the same nonetheless. After all, reincarnation is more common among cultivators. He still did not do it. It was like a subconscious decision that he made without knowing the reason. Maybe this is the reason, to prepare for this occasion, for this trial. Wang Wei understood that his actions might be the result of his intuition acting in a passive way to protect him. Or his future self was influencing his past self. Logically speaking, void-shattering realm and above cultivators should be considered true fourth-dimensional beings or higher. So, they should not experience time in a linear fashion, but they do, unless they comprehend the laws of time. And Wang Wei knew that he would comprehend the laws of time. So, it is not far-fetched for his future self to subtly influence his past self in small ways. He shook his head to remove these distracting thoughts and focused on the task. He had a feeling that he was heading in the correct direction. So, after focusing on all the information he revealed about Earth and treating them as things Heavenly Tao knows, he focused on the things he did not disclose. He hoped that something would help him for this trial. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as an idea popped into his mind. Without hesitation, Wang Wei began to lay an array inside the room. He took out many high-level resources from his space ring to refine formation flags and placed them in the correct position before using his spiritual strength to write the divine runes needed. It took him a few months of trial and error before creating the formation he needed with the help of the future Buddha self. Then he activated the array. Wang Wei found himself on a journey into the microscopic world. He saw atoms and subatomic particles as small as quarks before even going even smaller. He thought that going smaller than this, he would discover the fundamental laws of the myriad emperor world, but he found something else entirely. Spiritual qi, the essence of spiritual energy. Because he once visited the source qi space, he could feel that these particles came from an undetectable place. But he could not pinpoint the location nor dare to try. With this discovery, my energy control will reach a new height, but this is not what I wanted. I need to go even smaller. Wang Wei was glad that he did not discover laws after his journey in the microscopic world, as this increased his plan's feasibility. As such, he contacted his clone back in the sect. The latter proceeded to lay the same quasi-emperor tier array, except for this time, he modified it to borrow the power of the sect's emperor formation to boost its strength. Wang Wei shook his head in disappointment after seeing the result. He could now better see the spirit particles, as he called them, and how they function. However, he could not see anything smaller. To ensure absolute success, I must reach the quantum realm, a dimension so small that even an emperor cannot easily detect. Unfortunately, Wang Wei could feel that he had reached a limit. No matter what he did or how he tweaked the formation, he could not go any smaller. So, after making a few deductions with his future Buddha self, he gave up on thinking of another idea. Since cultivation cannot help me, I can use science and technology. Logically speaking, cultivation has a greater advantage than science and technology. After all, based on his recent discovery, cultivators began their journey by using a subatomic particle like spiritual qi. However, Wang Wei could feel the limitation that cultivation civilization has because of how powerful it was. This is the very reason for the existence of Heavenly Tao. Without wasting time, Wang Wei began to deduce whether a pure science and technology world exists, and he received a negative answer. Finally, luck is on my side. Rho Alpha? Alpha? He was genuinely relieved at this news. If science and technology existed in the endless void, then this information should be available to Heavenly Tao, and his plan would be useless. However, there is another problem. He has to develop a science and technology world from scratch to help him reach the quantum realm, which is not an easy task. Although he remembered all the scientific knowledge he learned from his past life, this did not change the fact that he was a business and communication major. So, even if he used his comprehension and future sight, it would not be an easy task to recreate an entirely new civilization, not to mention how time-consuming and the other difficulties he will face in the process. So, I need people to help me. Preferably, an entire world. Countless thoughts flashed across his mind as he planned how to achieve his goal. Wang Wei looked in the sky with a frown. I need to enter the void-shattering realm first to have a chance to succeed in a relatively short time. After thinking about it for a moment, Wang Wei entered seclusion to make his breakthrough. This time, he did not use the future Buddha self to deduce whether his plan would guarantee success and survival or whether he could kill the saber wielder. He truly feared that Heavenly Tao had a way to see whether the method he thought of could kill the saber wielder. However, he knew that with the cube, it should be impossible, but he could not control his paranoia. So, he will only use his future sight to get knowledge from his future self to accelerate the pace of creating this science and technology civilization. Chapter 477. Final appearance. After entering seclusion, Wang Wei did not immediately break through. He first ensured that the recent rise in cultivation did not affect his foundation, and in the process, he also began to light up the remaining spirit particles. With many soul-increasing pills and the soul strength stored inside his 3 immortal soul, the process did not take as long as expected. So, in just a few dozens of years, he lit up all 269 trillion spirit particles. And once he finished with that, he condensed his spirit flower. The power ancestor Wuxia left in his body activated to purify Wang Wei's soul, but it could not find any impurities, so it left. Then, a transparent lotus appeared above his divine altar where the 3 flowers crown existed. The lotus contained 12 petals, meaning it was a grade 1 spirit flower. Then Wang Wei checked his ability and was quite satisfied with it. It can come in handy, even in this trial. The spirit flower filled in the final spot of the crown. However, the 5 jewels on it were still dimmed. Luckily, it was not for long. All of Wang Wei's 5 zhang organs suddenly glowed different colors like a rainbow. Then, each color lit up the 5 jewels. Once the process ended, Wang Wei felt the crown's power baptizing his entire body, soul, and energy. His foundation was now more perfect than ever, and he even felt his cultivation and fleshly body talent slightly elevated, not to mention his general strength. Is this the state of 3 flowers gather on a crown, 5 qi towards the origin? How fascinating! He could feel this secret technique would give him a lot of help in his future cultivation path. So, he nodded in satisfaction. Alright, now let's break through. As he closed his eyes to cultivate, Wang Wei found himself in his sea of consciousness with a table with tea in front of him. And sitting opposite Wang Wei was a pale-looking version of himself with an eerie atmosphere. "Not happy to see me?" asked the heart devil. "What do you think?" "Well, it does not matter. If you can leave here intact, this should be the last time we meet." After entering the void-shattering realm, cultivators will still have heart demon, but they will not be so obvious and show up in a physical form. Instead, they will show up in the form of constant doubts or a drastic and sudden change in personality. It is similar to what happened to Wang Wei after killing someone for the first time, but even more severe. "What do you want to talk about this time?" gestured Wang Wei. "Oh, so many things, but today's theme is once again your hypocrisy," replied the heart devil in a slightly flamboyant voice. "Tell me, why didn't you take Heavenly Daoist deal?" "What do you mean?" "After Grandma's death, you have personally witnessed what death and departure can do to your remaining family. And yet, when Heavenly Dao showed you a way to pass the trial and live, you rejected it without hesitation, all because of your selfish desire to control one of the supreme Daoists." The heart devil paused momentarily before waving his hand to display a picture. It was one of a beautiful young woman crying in the middle of the night. "Mom?" thought Wang Wei as he looked at it. This poor woman has spent countless nights crying alone, thinking she might lose her son right after losing her mother. What's worse is that there is nothing she could do about it, nothing she can do to help. "But you couldn't you? All you had to do is use an innate treasure to use fate laws, and all the trial's trouble would have been avoided, and this poor woman does not have to suffer like this." "I have found a way to pass the trial," gestured Wang Wei with bloodshot eyes. Luckily he could not talk. Otherwise, his voice would be very hoarse right about now. But you don't know for sure if it would work or if you will have enough time to succeed. So, why not take the easier and already available method, the method guaranteed to succeed? Wang Wei looked in a daze at the crying recording of his mother. After an unknown amount of time, he sighed before shaking his head. I have decided to pursue the path of being free and unfettered. And I would rather die than cut off my path forward. This was why he did not use the other methods that Heavenly Tao showed him. If he did, he knew he would never achieve the ultimate freedom he desired. So, you are choosing yourself over your parents? I thought you loved them dearly. How hypocritical. I do love them more than anything in the world. And I know they would understand. I'm sure this is what you say to yourself so you can sleep peacefully. Humans are inherently complex individuals, not to mention cultivators with their godlike powers, wrote Wang Wei as he took a sip of his tea. So, it is possible to be selfish and love someone else simultaneously. I love my parents and would not hesitate to sacrifice my life for them if the situation arrives. However, I also have dreams and ambitions, dreams that I will also not hesitate to place my life on the line for. All I'm hearing are excuses, replied the heart devil with a sneer. Okay, then, let's look at the situation logically. If I did settle and choose survival over my ambitions, then, what do you think will happen in the future when I'm confronted with the absolute truth that I cannot become free and unfettered? Ro? Dash? The devil did not answer. I'll tell you, continued Wang Wei. I'll grow bitter, blaming my family for ruining my future, even though it was my choice. How do you think the dynamic amongst us would be then? Or, you could simply accept the result and move on with your life, replied the heart devil. Since you know better than anyone else, what do you think is the most likely possibility? So, you have no qualm about making your family go through the same pain that you went through? You're dodging my questions. Furthermore, I could flip your argument against you. What do you mean? Isn't the fact that you and my family's desire for me to take the easy way out proof that none of you have faith that I can pass this trial perfectly? We are talking about a probability of less than 0.000000001%, if not more. It is understandable, replied the heart devil. My mother and father taught me never to take the easy way, especially when it comes to cultivation. Isn't it the reason that she wanted to sacrifice themselves with that formation instead of encouraging me to use the innate treasure or control a lesser fate Dao? They know of my ambitions and support me heartily. The heart devil squinted his eyes at Wang Wei. Rho Alpha? Alpha? It often bothers me how easy it is for cultivators to sacrifice their lives for anything. It's like they have no fear of death. In this world of demons, gods, and immortals, death is not the scariest thing. What is truly terrifying is losing yourself in this long journey called cultivation. I understand that notion, but as a person from Earth, shouldn't you be different? Shouldn't you have some fears of death? I have lived in this world for over 4,000 years. It is normal for me to be assimilated in some ways, replied Wang Wei. Maybe for the dying aspect, but about the other element, regret. As a person who died before, you should understand how painful it is to be full of regrets. In your childhood, the issue plagued you constantly. You kept thinking about your family back on Earth, your friends, and what your life would have been like. You thought of everything you never had a chance to see or do. And one of the driving forces behind your desire to become free and unfettered is to correct all these regrets, not to have any of them anymore. So, you're telling me this has changed? If you die in this trial, will you not have any regrets? That you can accept passing a second time, full of remorse? Wang Wei looked in the distance before writing, Of course, I'll have regrets, maybe even more than in my first life. Then why not take the easy path of survival? Because in the future, I would be even more remorseful. The heart devil understood his meaning. Most people cannot pinpoint when their lives deviated from their desired outcomes. However, Wang Wei will be able to if he makes that decision. So from now on, he will live the rest of his life thinking and reminiscing about that single moment in time when he made the wrong choice, the choice that shattered his dreams. This level of remorse is enough to drive most men insane, twisting their minds and personality. And with Wang Wei's talent, intelligence, and possible achievement in the cultivation journey, who knew what he would do in his madness? So, that's it. You're really choosing an uncertain path because of possible future remorse? Wang Wei smiled before replying, I am. Honestly, I believe in myself that I will succeed. The heart devil paused for a moment before muttering, maybe, you're right. After all, in the darkest time when you had no hope and death came knocking at your door, you never gave up. Even I have to admire your conviction. Is that a compliment? From you all parole? What can I say, this is my last appearance, and am feeling a little emotional, replied the heart devil, who began dissipating slowly. One last piece of advice. Watch out for your recent paranoia. Although it has not reached the point of becoming a heart devil, you're treading on thin lines. Thank you, and I will. Well, it was nice to meet you. Unfortunately, I cannot say the same. But you were quite useful. Haha, you'll take that as a compliment. The moment the heart devil disappeared, Wang Wei felt the weight of the world lifted from his shoulder. His mind and spirit reached an unprecedented peak. He was ready to attack the next realm. And someone gave a 500 coins gift, so here is an extra chapter. Chapter 478. After dealing with his last heart devil tribulation, Wang Wei knew he was ready for the next stage of cultivation. So, he did not waste time and continued his seclusion. The first step to entering the void-shattering realm is to pass through the road of the heart. And to do so requires cultivators to enter a profound realm of meditation, unlike anything they have experienced. Then, they have to understand the concept of emptiness, which does not refer to the state of nothingness but the idea that there is a distinctive idea between how things are and how they appear. Cultivators must understand the meditative method that focuses on perception and how cultivator views the world and their experience. Cultivators have to look at the world with no preconceived notions or bias about what they think it is or functions. They have to look at the universe through a void or empty mindset, then they can find the road of the heart and discover their true self. And the process of discovering the self and sublimating it is called void shattering. In the past, this knowledge was common among cultivators, especially in the ancient emperor era. Unfortunately, over time, most cultivators think that void shattering refers to the ability to use law to break the space and teleport. Although most Saint Land and above should know the truth, no one cared enough to spread the truth to loose cultivators. So, Wang Wei theorized this is one of the many reasons the current new emperor era is so weak and a general failure compared to the other eras. Void shattering is a difficult step that stopped many cultivators, so many people have found shortcuts and other methods to avoid this step over the years. And the result of that is that these people do not temper their Tao hearts in the process, leading to some of them becoming great emperors with weak Tao hearts and pseudo-emperors. With Wang Wei's comprehension and the Origin Sutra, that has detailed information in each realm, he soon found his primordial spirit standing on a long road. Upon closer examination, everything around the road seemed highly dark, making the environment a little eerie. As soon as he stopped paying attention and focused on the road, he instantly forgot about the atmosphere. Is this the road of heart? Thought Wang Wei before beginning to walk. The moment he took his first step, he felt like a powerful gravity weighted on his soul, making each step arduous. At the same time, Wang Wei heard countless voices telling him that if he stopped walking and gave up, the pain would disappear. At first, he could only hear murmurs. But the further he walked down the road, the clearer the voices became and the more powerful their charming ability became. Of course, Wang Wei ignored these voices. Visits. For a better user experience with his Tao heart tempered in the pagoda and recent events, this temptation is nothing to him. Additionally, Wang Wei discovered that his oath of silence is perfect for tempering the mind and Tao heart. Without the ability to express his voice, he values his mind and thoughts even more than before, allowing him to understand himself, his thought process and ideas even more than before, thus sublimating his state of mind and Dao heart. Furthermore, as a person who wants to be free and unfettered, having restrictions placed on him is another form of tempering. So, Wang Wei passed the first stage of the road with no difficulty. After walking a certain distance, something changed. Wang Wei saw a beautiful woman lying on the floor, bleeding to death. In terms of beauty, even Su Shi could not compare. Moreover, her frail body on the ground seemed to amplify her charm. Wang Wei bent over her body before placing his hand on her injury, which so happens to be a stab wound on her chest. Using his spiritual strength, he healed her. A few seconds later, the woman opened her eyes. "Did you save me, benefactor?" Wang Wei did not answer. So, she lowered her head before continuing, "It has nothing to offer but this daughter's body. If the benefactor wants, I will dedicate my life to repaying this debt." Wang Wei looked at her as he felt the charming aura emanating from her body. He shook his head before continuing walking. As he did so, he could hear her pleading cry followed by a sob that could melt the heart of the most heinous of criminals. But his footstep did not stop. He knew that there were many choices he could take after encountering this woman, and each option represented a different path or mindset. If Wang Wei chose to ignore the woman completely, that meant he was walking the path of ruthlessness. He would abandon most emotions as he continued to walk the path of cultivation. From now on, he would have no real tether in the world as he pursued power and longevity. Of course, another meaning behind this choice is that he walked Taoism's path of inaction, which was the idea that things happened in the universe for a reason. Visits. For the best no_underscore_underscore experience, so, the woman's death was because her time arrived, and interfering with her fate was interfering with the universe's workings. Although he could do so, this would result in karma between them. So, most Taoist priests would choose this method, unless they were from another school of thought. The choice that Wang Wei made signified he would not abandon his emotions just for immortality. He would follow his heart and ensure that his consciousness was clear. At the same time, he will also not let the temptation of the flesh block his journey. Another choice would be to allow the woman to follow down the road. However, she will constantly tempt cultivators to stop their journey, and they must resist. Additionally, they also have to support her with their strength to allow her to continue on the road, thus bearing even more weight from the road's gravity. And once they give up, they would fail the tempering of this road and have to start over again. Honestly, Wang Wei pitied the fools who chose this method. Even if they can resist all the temptations and support her, they will have to wake up at the end of the road and realize that she is not real. And this can be considered another form of tempering, especially if a cultivator developed affections for her. As Wang Wei continued to walk down the road, he encountered many beautiful women. They all seemed to be the epitome of beauty and were designed especially for his preferences. As such, he could see many of Wu Hong's qualities among these women, especially the long legs and beautiful feet. On this section of the road, he encountered many cliché scenarios. Someone would chase these women and he would save them. Some offered him unimaginable wealth and power as long as he stayed with them. One of them offered him immortality and even to become a great emperor. Typically, a child would consider this kind of promise nonsense. And yet, deep in the back of his mind, he believed it to be true. He believed that this woman could give him either immortality or the power of a great emperor. Nevertheless, Wang Wei ignored all the women until he reached close the end of the next stage of the road. He saw Wu Hong lying on the ground with blood all over her body, just like the first woman. Looking at her injury, he could tell that healing her would severely weaken him and decrease his ability to support the gravity of this road as quickly as he used to. But he did not hesitate to do so. And once Wu Hong opened her eyes, joy appeared all over her face. The latest underscores are on website. "I know you would save me," she said with a smile. "Can you help me up so that I can continue walking?" Wang Wei looked at her eyes, which seemed even more charming than usual. This was the first time he saw her in such a weak state, and somehow, this fact made her even more attractive to his male ego. Nonetheless, Wang Wei ignored her as he walked away. And as he heard her sob and cried for help, he stopped briefly before continuing walking. And with each step, his mind and Dao heart sublimated. He loved and adored Wu Hong with all his heart, but also knew how to control himself not to lose himself or his sense of identity in the relationship. And the same goes for her. At the exact intersection of the next stage, Wang Wei saw Wu Hong again. This time, however, she was perfectly fine, without a single injury. "I have something for you," she said as a bright orb appeared in her hand. Upon inspection, Wang Wei could tell this orb would replenish his lost spiritual strength and return him to a peak state. No, it would even increase his power and allow him to ignore the ever-increasing gravity and tempting voice that kept asking him to give up. Instantly, he understood the purpose of this test. So far, his relationship with Wu Hong has been one-sided, with her always helping and supporting him. Wang Wei did not mind such help since he did not have that much ego when it came to things like this. However, there is the possibility that he becomes too over-reliant on her, which would affect his future. Luckily for him, the outlaw trial forced him not to rely on her, so the issue has not become a genuine problem. After realizing this, Wang Wei once again felt a slight sublimation in his state of mind and Dao heart. So, he walked to the third section. This part of the road involved enduring pain and suffering. With his training in the pagoda and masochist treatment he often placed his fleshly body in, he quickly passed this section. He even took this opportunity to cultivate his pain innate talent. However, when he stepped into the fourth section, Wang Wei's body trembled slightly. He had to stop for a moment because of what he saw. "I received 2 more 500 coins gifts, so I owe you guys 2 extra chapters which will be released throughout the week. Visits." For a better user experience, you're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.